go up. It's kind of weird that this chat isn't loading. Okay, Twitch is up. Let's see how this is running. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. And then I guess wait for what's weird is I kind of feel like the last time I was looking at this, it booted up like super quick. But now I'm looking at it and it's taking a minute. Let me just check. Let's check how this is. Okay, because I don't want to use headphones this time. Test, test, 1, 2, 3, test, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that sounds pretty good. And yeah, but what's weird is, let me see, can I like refresh this? Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. Chat looks like it's working now. And then let's make sure YouTube is up. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Yeah, it looks like I'm live here too. Okay, good. Looking good, sounding good, everything's good to go. All right, let's get to work. So I did work it out. I have some ideas as to, let's zoom this out a skosh. I did get some ideas as to how I might fix my problem. Let me turn this up. Okay. We are looking here. So I'm gonna get rid of the logic that I put in here actually. So I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna delete this, and I'm going to delete this. And I'm gonna delete all the variables that I'm not using anymore. Can see baby, all this shit, baby hiding, can see baby fully, lost baby fully. These sound like good R&B tracks. Lost baby fully. Target baby position. Witch head. I'll close that too. God, I hope I'm not using that. So we'll call this just, this will go back to being called vision. And then the thing I wanted to throw in here was the get objects in field of view, and it's just gonna get everything from here. Oh, that's where I can use the witch head, huh? So, no, you know what? It'll be witch root, and then it'll just have an offset. The origin offset will be just like 1.25 off the ground. And the field of view will be 120. Range will be 25. Game objects, we'll store that. We'll make a new variable. It's an array called, we're gonna make this only characters detected, which is different from the witch spotting. Yeah, it's different from the witch like spotting any objects. It sucks because I would like to come up with a way where the witch is, oh wait, fuck, you know what I just realized? I didn't let everybody, here we go, hold on. Everyone. Let everybody know. Second stream of the night. Links above. Twitch and YouTube. Okay, there we go. Cool. So, yeah, I want the witch to see characters, and I want the witch to look for certain objects. I suppose it could be both. So it could be objects detected, and I just mean that as literally any type of game object. So we'll store that in this variable. The ignore will be the which entity. The overlap mask will be searching only for things on default and for character. The raycast layer mask is going to be only for, I want to say, environment, default, and character. I think that's, yeah, the two things that I want to detect plus the things that I want to obstruct, which is the environment. It's going to be running every frame, and the repeat interval in seconds between repeats, I guess it could be 1, because that's a lot to be doing. I guess, well, let's do half a second. So this will be, this array is, let's see, edit variable, we'll make it an output, and that way we can always see what the witch is seeing. Yeah. Okay, there's gonna be some cleanup that needs to be done, like when we're parsing that information, when she has like behaviors that like actually do something with that. But it should be pretty straightforward. Just gonna open a window. Stepping here after my shower. Okay. So, make witch prioritize pursuing any baby over the player. Vision and other behaviors need to be more dynamic, not just look for the player. Okay, so yeah, vision, check that off the list. Oops. Baby is always priority. Pursue snatching the baby over the player. That's kind of true. I think I can start to really dial that in as I start making behaviors. So for example, when the witch is wandering, she has, let's see, let's take a look at the wander FSM. Close enough for direct and route. She idles, and I think the only thing that, so she'll just wander around, but then it's well, because hearing was enabled before is also why she was kind of chasing us around. So I think as long as I turn off hearing and angel chase, she won't pursue me. Let's get rid of this get baby FSM. Let's just make sure that this is kind of working as expected. Okay. So I'm gonna play it. I'll keep it muted. And we're just gonna make sure that the witch kind of just keeps her distance and never pursues us anymore. I was kind of wondering before, why the hell is she chasing us? And then I just realized that her hearing is on, and hearing, I think, makes her pursue us. I think. So, where is she? I think she might be far. Scene, witch. Yeah. So I'll bring her over here. Right there. Okay. Play it. Where is she? There she is. So she's like standing right there. Is she not doing anything? I forgot that I have to look away from her. What is her behavior right now? Behaviors. Wander. Oh, is her wander not even on? That's why. Then we'll go to watch player from tree line. We'll do this. And I should probably turn on the audio so I can find her. Where is she? Where are you? I don't even hear her. My vision isn't catching her either. No, where'd she go? Witch. Why the hell is she over there? Let's bring her back. Like that. There she is. She's acting kind of funny. What's going on? She's down here in player can see witch. Main. Oh, she never got. Fuck, this state never ran. That's why. God damn it. Okay, hold on, hold on, hold on. Wander, turn it on. Okay. Pause. Now she had. Oh, wait, oh, let it run, let it run. Okay. And then where she's in this one now. Watch player from tree line. Okay. Fair enough. There she is. Okay. She's doing her thing. Okay. Where is she? Is she in there? Oh, she's right there. Okay. Okay, I understand how that was all working now. Hi, bro. Oh, what's up, Kaido Dev? Hi, bro. Any way you can stream with a higher resolution? What is my resolution right now? Is my resolution not 1080p? Is it not just full HD? Settings, output, video. Oh, output is 720? What the fuck? Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Stream. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yo, good call. I don't know why the output is down to 720. Hold on, hold on. Yeah, yeah. Let me try. Please turn off any outputs to change video settings. 720. Yeah, that's weird. Yo, yo, good call, good call. Let me see. Can I like can I go to cam? Let me see. Cam only. This. Background. Well, actually, hang on. It says video output is currently active. Please turn off any outputs to change video settings. How the hell do I change? How do I turn off this without having to fucking cancel stream? Is there a way I can just... Here, I'm gonna make a new scene really quick. We'll call this turn shit off scene. Okay, you know what? I think I have to. I'm gonna close stream really quick, and I'm gonna come back on at a higher res. One sec. I'll be right back. Okay. Wait. Am I? Yeah, I'm up again now, right? Kaido Dev, if you're there, let me know if this is looking better. Let me know if we're better. It's funny because I've only really pulled it up on my phone. This is only the second restream that I've done in a while, and I had to make a new profile for this. Okay, but yeah, if and when you see this, let me know if it looks good now. It should be better. It should be better. Okay. So I made the witch. Okay. Behaviors. She does this. Her vision. Okay, her hearing, I just want to make sure. She just sorts things. Detected and then sorts them. She sorts them by distance. Yep, we got 1080p. Yep, 60p. Yeah, I was also running at 30 frames per second. Good catch. Thank you. How's it going? How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna keep hearing on. And let's see, let's see, baby is always priority. Still chase player even if player doesn't have baby, but catching causes curse purposes, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I kind of need to figure out like what the state machine or like what the priorities or conditions are for how the witch is navigating the world when she sees all these other different characters. Because chase is like if she can see the player, and then kind of all these theatrics and stuff, and that kind of kicks in or whatever. But if she sees the baby, yeah, I think it is kind of like I think she has to have, let's try it. It'll be like the Snatch Baby FSM. All right, init. And what kind of stuff is this FSM responsible for? It's kind of like if she hears the baby crying, if she sees the baby, it's kind of just any signs of a baby. So we'll do it like that. Run FSM. Didn't I just do that thing? Can see any baby, right? So the character looking for baby is the witch root. So we'll make a new witch root, which is this. And then the field of view origin is also the witch root. What is this being used for though? Character looking for babies. It's in get closest baby. Right. Okay, so that looks good. Now the closest baby gets stored in here. Closest baby, and then the finished event will go to, we'll make it say continue. Okay, so this one is looking for babies. Close this email. What's kind of fucked up is that this see anything thing, FOV check, this I think needs to it's a redundancy because I already have in her vision thing, she already has this action running, and I don't want to have two things that are constantly doing all these physics checks. So I think I'm gonna have to replace this. It's like, let's make it do. You know what? So, like I'm just like running circles in my mind with all this logic. Because I'm just thinking about like, okay, if she does spot a baby, there's only 2 babies in the game, and I mean, to be quite honest, I kind of only think one of them's only ever going to be alive. I think the other one is it's the young woman's baby, which I don't think you'll ever have in a living state. Maybe, I don't think so. Yeah, this is a tough problem to solve. I think I'm gonna do a get FSM array here. Get FSM array. And let's minimize that for now. Let's get it from behaviors. And then, would you say the performance impact is noticeable if you have 2 checks? It's possible. I might lose a few frames. You know, I might lose a few frames because it's also a very different type of checking, or not very different type, but basically what the get objects in field of view action does is it first does an overlaps. So that's already one physics check, and it just checks if everything's within a big sphere, right? A big physics sphere. And that's kind of basic, whatever. And then after that, whichever objects are in it, it iterates through all the ones that it detected within the sphere. And what it does is it takes per object, and then it takes its bounding box based off of its colliders. So whatever the irregular shape is, you can always imagine a box around the thing. And so the box is made up of those 8 points. And so for every item that's detected in the big sphere, it tries to draw a ray cast to each of those eight points, because it kind of says like these are the sort of the furthest edges. And that way what you could do is kind of have things that are sort of half behind something or just kind of barely peeking out, and it'll still register as like I can kind of see you. Because usually if you just do a ray cast check that's like at the center of the object or at the pivot point of the object, you can have some of the object peeking out and it could be technically partially visible, but the ray cast that it's trying to do, if you're just doing that one single ray cast, it might be trying to hit a point that is obstructed, and then it'll be like, well, I can't see it, and then it's kind of dumb. It's like, well, clearly it's there, right? And you should be able to see it. So the way this one works is it does all those points, every 8 points on the bounding box. In fact, you end up getting more, you know, what do you call it? Like false positives in a way. Like sometimes there's like a curved object maybe, but the bounding box protrudes a little bit further than that, and then a raycast hits it and says, oh, I can see that. I'd rather have that happen than like one of the dumb, you know, let's call it dumb version, which is to just draw the raycast at the point. So it could be a little bit more impactful, but I guess what I'm trying to illustrate is that it's based off of how many objects get detected in the first place. Yo, how's the stream going? Yo, what's up? I literally just restarted again like a few minutes ago because I went and took a shower and had to like think about how this witch logic should play out, and I never gave too much thought about how she prioritizes which other characters she's seeing. So I literally just needed to like have a shower thought moment. So I just sat there in like, you know, let the water hit my head and like get the juices all mixed up and run through a million iterations and, you know, do the, what do you call it, like the Doctor Strange thing. I watched a million versions. Demikos, yo, you stream on YouTube now, let's go. Yo, what's up, Demikos? How's it going? Long time no see. Well, I used to stream on YouTube, so I'm back. I'm doing both right now. I'm doing Restream, so I'm on Twitch and on YouTube right now. You could thank Bishka for that, because he pointed out that, like, I mean, dude, I came from this. Most of I think the highest viewership probably has been on YouTube. So it's a raycast on steroids. Yeah. I mean, it is doing raycasts. It's doing raycasts, it's doing sphere overlaps, and it's doing some field of view stuff as well. By the way, quick plug on my Gumroad. I think there's probably links somewhere, whatever platform you're on. There's some links to my Gumroad that you can probably find either in my link tree or somewhere in a description here. But a lot of the custom actions I make, I iterate on over all of my projects, and as projects go on, and I try to really like fine tune them, make them really optimized. Also, just like based off of how I'm using them, I try to make them nice and generic so they can be used in like multiple different scenarios. And I really try to like put them through the ringer, and I kind of over designed the living shit out of them. But because of that, because I've spent so many I've done so many projects, spent so much time on them, I'm pretty proud of them. And yeah, so check out my Gumroad, and I'm selling them there for $10. So if you want to support and you're also interested in giving these a try, check it out. Strange thing is, I literally got an ad for Restream like 20 minutes ago. Probably not a coincidence. They're listening. Okay, so the witch now, I think this FSM template, I'm literally just gonna have it get like from these behaviors. Sub of 10. Wait. Who just subbed? It didn't even tell me who subbed. And subbed on what? Stream information. What I don't like is that this new setup in OBS I have doesn't give me as much details. Thanks for the sub, whoever the hell did that, unless it's a YouTube subscriber, maybe? Those are two very different ways of subscribing. It's me. Oh, D'Amicos. Thank you. Much appreciated. I wonder if that's like a lifetime sub. No way I have subs right now. That's crazy. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm gonna pull this literally from the behaviors of the witch. She has that vision called FSM, and then I think it's like detected objects, right? And then we'll just literally store them in, or objects detected. Maybe that's what it's called. Let's see. We'll double check. We'll double check right now. Yeah, if I go to behaviors, vision, and then I guess I could have did this. Objects detected. Yeah. So I'll just copy this. Right, and then that way on Snatch Baby in Can See, we'll do like this. Yep. Okay, so it gets those, and then it kind of does the same logic before, kind of iterates through them. It's next. Now this is a little different though, because it, well actually, yeah, no, all babies will have that, never mind. So this is good, we can add baby to this, and then seen any babies, yes, cool, sort objects by distance. All this still looks good. So this is looking for babies, and then when she does find one, we'll go off to the next state, and this is where she pursues it. So in here, we basically need to tell her to stop doing her other behaviors. And I think this is like a disable FSMs kind of state. We say, hey, stop doing everything else you're doing. That was Twitch, I think. Right, yeah, it was. So the good thing about this Restream Twitch chat is that I can at least see the little icon. I see a Twitch symbol next to D'Amicos, and I see a YouTube pillar next to TTV, Killer Potato. The rest of the details aren't really showing up. Like I don't have like, yeah, I don't know. I might be able to get a different plugin though. This is good enough for now. Didn't know you make custom actions. We'll definitely check them out later. Yeah. Give them a look-see. I use them all the time in my own projects. And like I said, here's the thing: is the action pack. It's like it's a bunch of actions, and the ratio between actions that are really stable and I use all the time are it's like there's fewer of those, and then there's ones that are like maybe I use on rare occasion, and some of them are like maybe have like edge case or even kind of broken in some ways. But I lay out all the details on the product page. You'll see. And there's also a spreadsheet that you can view before you buy it, just to kind of get a preview of what kind of actions are in there. Okay, so I'm actually gonna skip this state for now because we're gonna be doing testing of this behavior, and so I'll just have all those other behaviors off. So she won't be doing anything else except trying to grab babies. So after she disables all those, then she will, I guess she like en route to baby, right? I think that's like, so destination as a game object. Which route? Destination is the closest baby. Trigger threshold, let's say 0.1. The arrive threshold is, yeah, half a meter. Half a meter? Yeah, 1.5 feet. Yeah, that's decent. Wait. No, let's do just 1 full meter for now. And then when she arrives, we will have a continue event. So then when she gets there, this is where she snatches the baby. So grab baby. And I've never had to actually think about this either. This is my first time. I don't know. Let's see. Well, let's look at her animations. Oops. Let's see. Control 6. Let's bring this up here. What's your game about? Development time of your game, and also is it multiplayer? This is not multiplayer. This is a single player game. It's out right now. You can actually go buy this on Steam, but huge warning, huge preface. Like if I could just sort of sell myself without selling myself short and without overselling myself. What you're seeing me work on right now is like a major content patch that I wanted to release for Halloween, this last Halloween. And so there's a ton of new content, ton of new systems, a bunch of new endings and sort of Easter eggs and all sorts of cool shit that I'm adding to it. The game is like basically about like 5 times the size of the one that's currently out on Steam. The one that's currently out on Steam, it's fine. I'm really proud of it. There's a lot of cool stuff that you could still do in it. And also even in this one, like there's graphical replacements. There's like a lot of things that are kind of changing, like just graphically, and like I know it's a big laundry list. It's a huge update. It's bordering on like a redux. You know, like instead, this isn't exactly a full remake. I'm keeping a lot of stuff. Like I would say most of the stuff that's in the first game I'm keeping. Probably like 80 to 90% of the content in the first game, or in the game that's out on Steam, I'm keeping. But some of it's getting replaced because, like, for example, the chickens, they used to work one way and now they're way more systemic and dynamic, and I had to just full-blown replace those. And so the models are different, the chicken coop that they're in is different, like literally the model of it, the sounds that they make, the way they function and all that kind of stuff, it's different. The things that happen when you interact with them, some of those things are sticking around. But anyways, that's kind of just a big warning I want to put out for that. But yeah, so I'm just making this big patch. The patch is going to be free, but I think that I'll probably end up asking Steam to change the price. I'm probably going to try to change the price of the game by like maybe a couple bucks, because right now it's $5. It's a $4.99 game on Steam if you buy it right now, and I think it's very much worth your money on that. It's also a little buggy right now too. The one on Steam, there's definitely a few bugs that still exist, which I've also since patched and fixed in this version. So when this version ships, a lot of the stability things will be addressed. But yeah, so this version, that's going to be way bigger. It's going to be way more stable. And just overall, I think way cooler. It'll I want to maybe charge like $8 for it. I think that's like way worth the price. I think it's a really cool game. I'm really proud of it. I think it's worth that. How much does Restream cost? I don't know. I'm using the free version. I'm using free Restream. Game name? It's called Witch Stories. Oh, sorry. It's called Witch Stories. Okay, so the animations we have right here. Here's her walking one. Walking, sneaking forward slow, Witch Curious Idol, dance. You know what we need is like, I think even this one, it's weird if she just had the baby in one hand, huh? She needs to kind of coddle it. I think we do. I think this basically means we need to get a new animation. So let me bust out Mixamo really quick, and let's find a good animation for this. All right, hold on. Let's see. Login. Yeah. This. Continue. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, Mixamo. Here we go. Now we want an animation that is like holding. Like I want some, you know, it's almost like football, right? It's almost like American football. Like somebody like running like this, you know? No, that's not it. Football, hike, stance, catch, defender, quarterback pass, receiver catch. Damn. Ball? No. Like steal? I want somebody like running like this or something. Holding? What should I search? Steven, my man, good to see you. Kicking it with that, still clicking with the play. Who is this? Gnosis Dark Matter. Hello. Yeah, wait, hold on. Gnosis, were you? You're gonna have to forgive me. There's a lot of people who, like, I haven't seen in years because I haven't streamed on YouTube in so long. Gnosis. Gnosis sounds more familiar than the second half of that Dark Matter. But glad to see you too. Regardless, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? I'm just trying to find some animations right now for this. And like, it's such a weird. I'm trying to find animations for the witch to be running with the baby in her arms. It's kind of like this. It's kind of like maybe even somebody with a gun. But it would look really stupid if it was just, or would it? I don't want to make her look like a soldier. Like, if we just look through all the running ones. The thing is, I could also do a, oh, right here, look. That's actually not bad. That's basically what we're looking for. I think this is it. I think we don't overthink it. And just go with that. Right? If I get to the end of this page and there's nothing better, then this is what we're gonna do. None of these are looking as good. Okay, let's do it. Download, and then if you change this to FBX for Unity, and then download. And then we're gonna put this in, let's see, assets, animations, which animations, I'll call this running with baby. Yeah, I think that's it. Cradle hold. Yeah, I was searching holding at first too. This is pretty much it, isn't it? This is, I think I got lucky. Okay. We can close this. So now that we have that, let's pull it out properly too. So which animations, running with baby, we're gonna change the rig to be humanoid. We're gonna apply, and then we'll take, I think the animation, let's see. Or model, rewrite, optimize mesh, keep quads. I want to, maybe it is in rig. No. Or yeah, the root transfer. We want to change. Let's see, because you see how the floor looks like it's bouncing a lot. Is the root transform Y bake into the pose? Does that stop it? I think that helped a little bit. And the root transform position XZ, I think also same thing. Yeah, there we go. Now it looks more static, right? There we go. And the root transform rotation, I think also we may as well. We say apply or original. What is that? No, maybe we leave that alone. Okay, so that's basically what we want. And then now I can come over here, select the animation, hit Control D to duplicate it so it kind of makes its own file, and then we'll call this running with baby. And make sure it is looping. That one is good, also fits the graphic style if that makes sense. The animation itself, the animations I think are way too high quality for a game that's supposed to look kind of PSX-ish. You know, there's like a certain look that I can't it's almost like I can't afford to hire animators to make period specific animations for these rigs to make them actually look kind of like the old crappy you know, PSX or N64 style character animations that we used to have. Like on purpose, I can't even do that. So I go to Mixamo and they look good, you know, but they're just kind of realistic, you know what I mean? Like, which is fine. It's gonna be its own whole style. So let's put that in here. Let's take running with baby, pop it in, and then let's see if she looks okay with that. If I select her now, and we play that, let's make sure it works. Oh yeah, look at that. She's a little off the ground. She's a little bit off the ground. Let's not worry about that too much for now. I can fix that later. But what we want to do is make it so that she parents the baby to her hands. So let's see, left shoulder, left arm, forearm, left hand. Okay, and then let's zoom in on it. Is that where we want it? Sure, why not? Okay, and then I'll make a create empty, and we'll call this object slot, or left object slot, right? Hang on, I kind of want to, is there a way we can cheat this? Running with baby. Did you try lowering the frame rate of the animation? I think that would fit the theme way better. Yeah, I've actually did some tests way back in the day. It doesn't work out the way you might think it would. Yeah, I made the compromise and just figured it would just look better like this anyway. Also, how funny is that? Look at her thumb getting all deformed. Yeah, there's just some things that you kind of have to eat unless you did everything super custom. Okay, what I'm thinking is that I think instead of parenting it to her hand, I'm gonna parent it to her spine. So we'll go like this. Create empty, and we'll call this body object slot. And then we'll try parenting the baby to that. In fact, we could do a little test right now. Let's put the baby in there. And then there just has to be a little offset. And let's just see how that plays. Not bad, right? And then we can like raise the baby. Raise the baby. Raise it into a good adult running with baby. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, what I have to remind myself of is when the husband eats dinner, he sits at the table and makes eating sound effects. So this is already above and beyond as far as like illustrative, like theatrics for what is supposed to be happening in the game. You know what I mean? Wait, what the hell? I cannot find the Blender house file. Uh-oh. Did you delete it? Can you not open Blender and then open your recent files? Maybe know the animations from Mega Bonk. I don't know how Danny did it, but it looks super low FPS and the same, I'm not laggy, kind of like pixel art animations. Yeah, so what he's doing is not necessarily like, it's few frames, so it's kind of like technically, yeah, low FPS, but it's also, there's no interpolation. There's no, like all these frames in here are like interpolating between each other. So that means that if you make this frame and then you make this frame, then between the two, it'll like, Unity will do this automatically for you. It'll fill all the in-betweens, you know? But if there's no interpretation and it's just stepping, then you kind of have that classic like stop motion look, which I don't think is appropriate for this necessarily. I think it's a cool effect, but for this, it wasn't the same. I think the aesthetic that I kind of imagined if I ever hired somebody to redo all the animations for this is honestly kind of like amateur animation. These are actually such excellent animations because they're just motion captured, and the aesthetic from those old PSX and N64 games were made by people who were not professional animators, and so they weren't super expressive. They were on sort of like, you know, a limited timeline and even like a limited budget as far as like how much information the animations can hold. And so there's an amateur quality that comes out of it that is literally about kind of like, it just doesn't look right and not very good in a way. And that's kind of what is so charming about it. But again, I'm not about to do that. So all of the animations in my game are going to be just kind of this realistic style. And I think as of right now, like it fits and it's nice. Oh, also, you know what I just realized is, hang on, let me go to Restream really quick. And let me see. Clips, storage channels. Wait a minute, how do you, branding? clip settings? No. I just realized that my on-screen, oops, what the hell happened with her? Oh. When I click off, does she stop? Okay, that's a weird thing when I go to a different window. Yeah, I just realized that my on-screen chat is not matching the chat that is... Home. What the heck? Embed in stream. Oh, here we go. Embed chat. Copy. There we go. Sorry, 1 second, guys. I just wanted to make sure that my stream elements, let's see. Let's turn that off. Make a new browser capture. Call this Restream Chat. Okay. URL, paste. Width. Let's just see how big that is. Okay, there we go. And I'll just bring this down like right here. Can just everybody flood me with messages really quick? Just so we see how if it looks good. I think at some point my computer crashed, and so I had to get the autosave, and I think every time I saved it, it just saved as the autosave file, and I may have deleted the autosave automatically. Oh, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Should have to take a start over. That's a bummer. Hey, my condolences. Dude, also, you know, like, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity to start fresh, to be more organized and clean about it. Is that the last thing you want to hear? In your case, the Megabox style would ruin the horror aspect and also the PSX arrow would affect. Yeah, right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, this is looking up okay. Message. Right. This looks okay, right? I could probably even afford to shrink it a little bit. There we go. Right, let's keep pressing forward. I think this is good. And -88. So if I put this 90, no, oh Jesus. Wait, the baby, how much did the baby move? 0.184. So what if I did 0.184 here and then zeroed out the baby, and then that way the slot is always exactly where it needs to be. So if I just play the running with baby, yep, it looks like she's just kind of holding it like that. Perfect. So let's get rid of this. And then we'll say in behaviors that grab baby, she will just set parent the closest baby to her body object slot, which is right here. And you know what? We'll call this the baby running with baby slot. I think it should be pretty specific. Let me put the baby in there one more time, because I think what we have to do at least is change the rotation, right? Like that. And then also, I guess it comes out a little bit too. Or should I just zero everything out? Like that, huh? Position 0, 0, 0, and then take this, and this is what we move. Like that. Okay. So that way it's very automatic. We can just literally parent it and then match it to the position and rotation of the slot. Running with baby, play. So I think we can afford to move it out a little forward. Position on X. We'll say it's 8. Oh, nope. 7.4. Where the fuck did it go? Where the hell? Oh. Right there. That's a way to look at it. The chat box is way better than the one on YouTube, especially on the phone. The chat box is way better than the one on YouTube, especially on the phone. Oh, you're saying as far as like having one on screen instead of the dynamic, the built-in one. Yeah, it's nice because then it doesn't take up all that screen space. To be honest, this even kind of works. Like you could move like move this down. No, but then she's not like running, or what does it look like? Let's see. Running with baby. Yeah, this is fine. I think this looks fine. Okay. We move forward. Okay, get rid of the baby. It's 0, 0, 0. So that means on the FSM that parents it, we can do this. Reset local position and local rotation. Do not check that one. And then we do animator play. Which route we tell her that we want her to play the running with baby animation. I also think that means that we change her max speed, agent speed, set agent maximum speed to something like 2. She should kind of proper, or 2.5. Let's make her really get out there. Hell, even 3. Let's make her fucking zip out of there. She kind of just gets there and then immediately runs in the other direction. So for shits and giggles, what we'll do temporarily is we'll say position offset, get world position with offset. Owner, and then the offset we'll say is -50, so she'll just run 50 meters in the opposite direction. Store results, as in get we'll just call this destination v3. And then we'll have her say in route escape, and then you say set destination, and that's just a classic one that you use with vector 3. We'll say calc escape route, path pending, continue, boom, 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 in route escape. All right, so she's just zipping through at that point. Let's test her out. Let's see what she does. When will she throw the baby? There are much worse things that happen to this baby in this game. I think we could just play it, right? Is it this is all she needs to do? Oh, behaviors. This needs to have this game object. Get owner. This game object. Okay. She's gonna ignore me, but she'll take my baby. We'll turn on the wander FSM, so she's at least wandering around. And in the witch schedule, we'll make sure that day 1 she's doing wander the tree line near me. This one. Okay. Let's give it a spin. Cross your fingers. She's already activated, and we will make sure the baby is activated too. I'm gonna stop the music for this one so we can get in the mood. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Where is she? I don't see her. I don't see her. Kind of worried. Let's pause it. Witch, select. Is she far away from me again? Why? Why is she so far? Let's put her right here. Is she over here? What the hell is she doing? Wander tree line near player. Oh, she has to watch player from tree line. That's what I wanted her to do. Okay, there she is. She's right there. Okay, she's not moving towards me yet. Let's take a look. So she is in this mode, wandering. And then the snatch baby, she's looking for babies. Oh, fuck, I forgot to put this. That's why. This game object. Let's just turn that off and turn it back on, and then see if she does her thing. Oh yeah, she's coming near me. Oh, I forgot to play her run animation when she gets near me. So, okay, I should be able to... Uh-oh. I'm gonna put the baby down right here. And yeah, she's going for the baby. Oh, but her other systems are kind of fighting it. Okay, so I already know some things that I can fix. We could make this a much smoother experience. So first of all, on behaviors, on the snatch baby, in looking for babies, this needs to be set with this game object. Okay, step 1. En route to baby, we also need to do what do I play when she chases me? Spotted player, en route to target. We make her go like this. She plays these two. So we'll go to snatch baby, paste those in there. So she moves at 1.75 speed, and she plays her walk fast animation. I think also we will disable her wander FSM. Okay. There we go. And then also we want her to day 1 watch player from tree line. That's what we want. There we go. Now we'll play this. Which asset do you use for the hierarchy window? It's called I think it's called V hierarchy. I showed it in my last stream earlier today. I think it's like V hierarchy 2. Let's see. Okay. I hear her. There she is. Okay. She's not going for the baby though. Why not? Behaviors, snatch baby. What about vision? Snatch baby. Do I just have to sit here long enough? Am I not close enough to her? Okay, there she goes. So she's coming towards me, right? Because I have the baby. Right? But if I put the baby down, then she just goes for the baby. Okay, this makes sense. Good, good, good. Oh, but the baby is at her feet. Oh, because the baby is a physics object. Okay, this close. It was almost perfect. It was almost perfect. That cackle is creepy. It is, isn't it? I have to make her cackle less. I think she does it a little too much right now. But yeah, absolutely. It's a good sound. We will just make sure that snatch baby right here. This will be an action sequence. We do all these things in order, and we're gonna do set is kinematic. Closest baby, is kinematic, and gravity of the closest baby is going to be off. Now there is another thing, we'll do it in just a second, but basically right now this will only work if the baby's not being held, like if I'm not carrying the baby. Or it will actually, I think she will snatch it out of my hands. I mean, she will snatch it out of my hands, but what kind of sucks about that is that it kind of breaks some of the controls with the player. So I'm gonna need to add a little bit of logic in here where you do like player holding baby question mark, you know? So we'll kind of squeeze some logic in there. But for now, this should work. This should work. This should work. Okay, she's right there. Now. Come on. Okay. She wants this baby. Right. I'll put the baby. The baby right here. Yep. And she just kind of runs that way. Okay. And then what? And I think when she gets there, that's kind of it. Because right now, yeah, she just arrives there. And we didn't do anything to reactivate her behaviors and stuff. Okay, that looks good. I think I'm down to do a little Git push right now, just so we really lock that in. Do I have GitHub open? I do. So I added a bunch of shit since the last Git push, I think. Right? Oh yeah, so which dither fade out works nicely. Oh, and then the change the encounter trigger logic to, not changed, but added to the encounter trigger logic to make the player's look controls gravitate toward the witch. So you have to fight to look away from her. Dash dash, working nicely, but could use, could replace the raycast LOS with an angle instead. Git push. Yeah, so this is a GitHub desktop client that lets me push any out of my massive several gigabytes large project file, push only the files that have changed. And then it gets put in a giant, what is called a repository. And the repository lets you have, like, it literally is like your whole project, but with branching sort of like histories of like all the different files. And so what's cool about that is, instead of, you know, if you wanted to back up your project, what a lot of people do is they back up their whole project, which is gigabytes and gigabytes at a time, and you have to take all that time uploading it, or even if you have a local hard drive, duplicating a ton of files, which you should know takes even longer when you duplicate tons of small files. It's actually faster to move one giant file than it is to try to move like a small file. So it's like you either spend all this time sending it to the cloud, or all this time duplicating it, or all this time compressing it and then sending it to the cloud, or whatever the hell you want to do. There's just no getting around it. There's just, you spend all this fucking time if you're trying to make backups of your project, or you use like a repo. And so the beauty of that is that, like, it has the full history of all the changes, and so you can pull your project from any point in time from any one of your pushes. So you can see right here I have my little history button, and there's all these little history pushes, and I can go back to any one of these versions. And the thing is, when all these different versions, all these little items in the list, I only uploaded maybe megabytes of files, but usually kilobytes worth of files, like really, really tiny amounts of data I'm pushing into a cloud. But if I wanted to get that version and download it as a whole, I can just pull the ones that, it would just pull all the information that was only changed about the project at that time, and it would set my project to that state. Instead of having to pull literally the whole thing or whatever, you know, you're only pulling the things that were changed. So that's what a Git repo is for. If you're at all serious about making games and you're trying to make a game that is even a pretty, like, just a modest size project, you just have to do this shit. You have to do this. Everything else, I'll just flat out say it. It's stupid. It's a waste of time, and you're just doing it wrong if you don't do repos. There's a bunch of different repos. I'm using the GitHub one because that's kind of like the classic one. A lot of other people have their own sort of like cloud services for keeping versioning histories of projects, of whatever you're working on. It's not just Unity. It's like literally any type of like large scale sort of like digital project. But yeah, so that's what a Git repo is. And you will stay sane if you do more Git pushes. Can you make a video about your essential assets? I might do a stream of that someday, but I don't know about making a video. I think I'm more inclined to do a stream where I can just kind of wing it. If people are here and they actually want to hear about it, I would do that. But like, it's just not one of those things that I'm like trying to put like a ton of energy into. It's more of just like the people who like know what they want, know what they're getting, and kind of know me, want to support me, and like, you know, go for it like that. You know, they can just, or unless you mean like essential assets as far as like the type of assets that I use that are third-party stuff, you can go to my website for that. So stevenscottday.com, and you can see there's a section called Stuff I Use, and then you can just see all the assets that I use there. I haven't updated in a while, but it's more or less basically what I still use, because it really is like essential stuff that I just use for every project. And I haven't really changed that in a long time. Seriously, dude, glad you're back on YouTube. Thanks. Yeah, it feels nice to be back. I think like there was just a period of time where like Twitch didn't let you restream, so that kind of especially pushed me away. And to be honest, man, like, you know, I'm glad that I see just nothing but little red YouTube symbols for the entire chat. So it's like most of you are from YouTube. But I gotta tell you, there's much more of like a social dynamic that happens on Twitch that I really, really appreciate. So the viewership is one aspect that, like, you know, I of course have missed from YouTube because just so many people rolled through like that. But to kind of be from streamer to streamer, from creator to creator, it's such a great way to make friends and kind of see what else everybody's up to on Twitch. There's just features that are built in that like really, what do you call it? Like just kind of support and facilitate that social aspect. Whereas YouTube just full stop doesn't have any features like that. It's just chats, kind of like community support. Like, you know, you could do some type of things that are like supportive to the individual creator. But as far as like creator to creator, getting to know other people, making a community of other people who are on the platform to create, it's really, really nice. So the best of both worlds, doing Restream. So you could thank Bishka for pointing me out, or for pointing that out to me. He's like, why don't you stream on YouTube again? Why don't you just do Restream? And I was like, you're right. I'm a dumbass. So yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Why not use Unity version control? Because I just was using GitHub repo to begin with. And I think like a lot of people were kind of talking trash about Unity repo stuff, like kind of back in the day. I heard it got better. I heard Unity repo version control is pretty good now. And in fact, the guy Bishka, who said I should get back on YouTube, is the only other person that I'm actually doing Unity version control with, because he uses it for work and stuff. So we're making a project together. And the project is, yeah, it's being shared through Unity version control or Unity Cloud Services stuff. So he can have it on his and we can have it on ours, and it just kind of has some internal syncing, which is nice. And from what I can tell, it seems like it works just the same as GitHub. Okay, so I'm gonna push, wait, let me see, what else did I do? We also have added the, what do you call this? Snatch Baby FSM to Witch. Get objects in FOV in her Vision FSM. And what else? Is that it? Oh, and the new run with baby animation. I think that's kind of it, huh? Maybe some cover stuff, but I don't remember. Commit. So yeah, I press commit there, right? And then these files right here were the only things that changed. And then, so what that did was it pushed it all to basically like, it says now locally on my computer, there's a definitive version that has all those changes to it. So I've only done, I basically kind of pressed a big permanent save button locally on my computer. That's what this was. And then now I have this button that says push origin. And so when I press push origin, that's when it takes all those local saves that I just made and is now pushing it to the cloud. And then that way I still have, and then once this is done, I'll have it show up here in my little history panel. And so now I'll be able to like pull from that if I ever wanted to. And what's really cool about it too is you could pull individual things. You could actually cherry pick. You can keep your project as is right now and then be like, well, I want to undo this part of my project. So I've had like a Unity project where I kept it as is and then took like one part of it, one like prefab. There was like a character controller prefab or whatever that I pulled from like months before. And I just pulled that out and I was like, okay, I kind of want to use some stuff from this old version. And it was just nice because I could literally go on GitHub and just pull out this like tiny, you know, kilobytes large file instead of having to like download a whole version and then find that file and pull it out, which is just like, mwah. Okay, so now that I have her snatch baby logic, let's put the music back. Let's get me back in the zone. Okay. Let's skip this though. All right. Now, the kidnap, or what am I calling it? Snatch baby. Oh, big suck down, big suck down. Levi, thank you for the suck down. Make this dry boy wet. Somebody wet this dry boy. I'm also gonna do a little double for you. Just because I went for a run earlier, so I'm trying to get water and some sippy of the little Gatorade. Now baby is always priority. Pursue baby, okay. Still chase player if the player doesn't have baby, okay. But chasing causes curse. When reaching the baby, get up and disappear as soon as, okay. So here's the other thing. This is I think I'm gonna do this part next. Is that when the witch takes the baby, what I want her to do, I kind of want to create this illusion where like she takes the baby and then I want her to try to run like out of sight of the player. And since we're in a forest, it's like, you know, she'll kind of come in and out of sight of the player if she kind of gets obstructed by things. But what I would really like is for her to, like, you know, in like spy movies and shit, when the bus passes by and then suddenly the guy is gone. You know, you see him there and then the bus is passed by and then like, where'd he go? You know, I pretty much want to do the same thing with this. I want her to, so that when she snatches your baby, you have like a little window where you can chase her, but that eventually she's gonna kind of go into a mode where she tries to like hide behind things. And the moment she's fully obstructed by something, I want to make her disappear. And then that's just kind of it. Because I want the player to just be like, I want to give them the opportunity to chase her. Like maybe there's something that you could figure out there. But I also, I don't want the witch to be like, I don't want to treat her like a person, you know, like a person has somewhere to go with that, and a person is like bound to like the material world, and I want the witch to feel a little bit more magical. I don't want to make her like woo and like sparkles and she disappears, or you know, something like that. It would be nice to have her fly away, but I don't have her on a broom yet, and that's something that I haven't quite solved yet either. But she doesn't have a broom when you're running into her, so you know, there's things you have to juggle there too. I mean, unless, do I make her run from you for a little while and then take off on the broom? I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it cooler to like make her sort of disappear when she gets out of sight? Like, wait a minute, I thought I saw her run behind these trees and then now she's gone. You know, it's like she kind of just, she vanishes because of the obstruction. So it doesn't look like she just kind of like pops out of existence, but more of like a where the hell did she go kind of moment, which I think is like, it just feels a little better. Do we go with that, or do we go with like, at some point after chasing her, she kind of goes into a mode where she's literally just on a broom and then she fucking takes off into the sky, you know? Because then that at least can satiate the like, we need a witch on a broom in this fucking game. I'm gonna swap the Twitch for now. Oh, right on. Okay, yeah, there you go. I can see your little purple symbols. You going full witch mode with her? Yeah. If you want to be more creepy, she should disappear, right? I think that's kind of it. I almost want to make it like, because the other idea I had was that like there would be a mode where she's patrolling on her broom, and maybe in those cases she sort of swoops down and grabs the baby and then gets out of there, which is kind of like a different scenario, you know? So maybe, yeah, I'll just have her disappear. Definitely hiding then disappear. Okay. There is a consensus. I agree with you guys. Let me blow my nose really quick. Yeah, or hold up. All right, so let's figure out how the hell to actually make this happen. We go to behaviors, go to snatch baby. I'm snatched, baby. And then the in route escape. I think what we do is we get an away vector from the player. So get world position with offset, we get rid of this. Calculate escape route, this is how we do it. So we do get away. I guess we just do get positions, huh? Or direction to game object. We could do get direction to game object, owner to player, right? And let's make sure that on init we also find a game object. We get the player, play a pimp, and then on calculate escape route we say the direction from us to the player is the opposite. So actually what we want is the direction from player to us. That's the direction we want. So this one is away from player yeah. We'll call this direction, or we'll just call it away from player. And this is an action sequence. So we get the away direction, and then we get position of us. Get world position with offset. Get world position with offset. I think that's gets the offset vector. I think that is what I could use for this. So we'll do a vector 3 multiply on this. Hold on, I just saw your message. Let me see. Vector 3 multiply. So after we get the direction, we'll say the away from player, we multiply by however many units away we want to make our destination. So we'll say, let's say 10 meters. While we're testing, we'll just do 10 meters. Get 10 meters away from the player in the direction away from the player. And then we'll say, yeah, get the world position from us. The offset will be the away from player, and then we'll store the result as destination v3. And then that's where the witch will be going. Okay, so we get basically this whole section now calculates a position that is away from the player, 10 units away from the player. Now that's where we're going, instead of it always being kind of in the opposite direction of the witch locally. Her flying makes it a little too like Disney. I don't know how to explain it other than this, which does not seem like the mood from everything, kind of draws away from the whole Salem-based thing. Right, I get that. I mean, like, the big sort of like the North Star for this really is The Witch, the Robert Eggers movie. And I think he handled the broom thing really elegantly. and that's kind of why I still want to try putting the witch on a broom thing in here, because I do believe there is a cool and genuinely creepy way to do it. And I think it's kind of about making her move slowly and move more in an obfuscated way when she is on the broom, to kind of make it more like you can't really you can like catch glimpses of her thing. I think there's a way to do it right, because Robert Eggers made that shit pretty cool. Even though she's only on the broom for like one scene, that scene was fucking sick. That was an awesome moment, and I would love to recreate that in like a dynamic way in a video game.
But I 100% agree that like, yeah, it's like, it's way easy to fuck that up and just make it feel like cartoony and kind of silly. Sorry, that took me way too long to type. No worries. Makes sense. Seems like a good challenge. Yeah. You know, it's possible. Somebody showed that it's possible. We'll see how it works in a video game. I'm surprised any of this has worked in video, because originally one of the first things I thought was like, oh, I want to recreate that moment in The Witch where she's playing peekaboo with the baby, and so that's one of the big mechanics in the game. And I was like, fuck yeah, like you could do it in a video game too. It totally works in this. Every time it happens to me, I'm like, yeah, like there it is. But we'll see about the broom thing. Okay, so calculate the escape route. We got it. We got the away destination. And then when we actually are en route, let's we'll do remaining distance. We'll get agent remaining distance. So which route? We're running every frame. The arrival threshold will be, oh, you know what we should do? Hold on the calculate escape route. What we need to do is nav mesh sample position. And the position we're getting is destination B3. The max distance is, let's say, I don't know, 20. And then the position is, it's going to override itself with destination B3. This just ensures that the position she's trying to go through is actually on the nav mesh, so she doesn't kind of get stuck trying to go somewhere impossible. Then we set the destination. Great. That looks good. And then we're en route. The arrival threshold we'll say is 0.5. The arrived event, actually let's make it just 1. I always do that. The arrived event, I'm actually gonna, even though this isn't gonna be using anything, but we'll just say distance to, or distance remaining. I don't think I'm gonna really use it for anything, but I just wanna be able to see it when I'm debugging. And then the arrived event, we'll send continue. Okay, en route to escape. Now, this is where it gets tricky. Tricky. Because now we're supposed to start sampling positions around and qualify them based off of whether or not there's a line of sight by the player. There's also, we have to have a contingency for, like, you know, what happens if the player always has line of sight of her? What if the player chases her and can see her the whole damn time, you know? It's like you, I don't know, what do? You like, it's tough because the player's moving too, you know? What happens? Like, let's look at the, save this and let's just go out to the scene really quick. So like, here's the forest, right? She steals the baby, and like, I mean, here it's obvious when she's around the house, because then it's like, okay, she just has to go around a corner. But then when you're in the forest, actually, I'm even thinking like, okay, around the house, how does she know to go there? You're in the forest. I have this idea in my head where it's like this. Let me see. I'll kind of try to draw a picture. Where so like, if you do a thing where you say, okay, the witch is, or the player is right here. It's so hard because the player's like moving. But like you say, make a big circle. Oops, yeah. Make a big circle around, what the fuck?
Can I not? Make a big circle around the player, right? If this is the player. And then from the edges of the circle, start firing raycasts inward like this, right? And so it's like this. Just, if you can imagine like points right here, right? Like these are all the points, and it's, you shoot raycasts inward towards the player. And then all the things in the world that are like here is a tree, here's a tree, here's a tree, here's a tree, here's a tree, tree right here, tree right here. There's some logs right here. And then here's the big stable. Here's the house. Here's another little part of like just some other little shit or whatever. And then from all these raycasts that are shooting inward toward the player, some of them will pass right on by and hit the player, and that's a success. Some of them are going to hit here and say, this one didn't arrive at the player. Something obstructed the view. So when it hits right here, you can kind of imagine the tree looks like this, right? And here's the ground. And that when the raycast hit it, fucking goddamn edges of this, when the raycast hit it, what it does is it shoots another raycast that goes down and says, get this position on the nav mesh. Or even just do a sample position from wherever the hit was, and it'll just get the closest one on the nav mesh. Because that suggests that this point right here is obstructed from the player. And so this now qualifies as a position to run to hide from the player. The only thing that bugs me about this is just that the player's moving. Because, you know, like the player starts right here, but then what happens when the player's right here? Now this doesn't land the same. What time is it? Okay. It's tough. It's tough. How do you make the witch run away? You know what it could be too? It could be that like the witches. Okay, we're gonna try something. We're gonna try to draw a different picture. The witch can take a picture right here. And turn this back off. And then, okay. So we can have it so that the witches is like right here, and the player is like right here. And then the witch is doing a thing where like in her forward direction, she has like a half circle. And this half circle, it's kind of in her forward direction because that's like where she can start running to hide. That's away from the player. And her half circle is the thing that starts trying to hit the player with raycasts. Right? And then, so all these raycasts are always trying to hit the player. But like, for example, right here, this one would hit like this tree and say like, this is a valid spot to run to. The thing is, trees are so thin in this game too.
I want to make a convincing illusion. I don't want to like I want to cheat my goddamn way through this for sure. Like, it's all about cheating. But I don't want the player to feel cheated. I don't want the player to be like, oh, I saw you, and then you just kind of vanished out of thin air. Turn on the heater. When reaching the baby, pick it up and disappear as soon as the line of sight from player breaks. You know what you could do? It might be kind of a hacky way, but you know, it's actually not a bad idea. What if what the witch does is she looks at the, like, if this is the player, what if what the witch is doing is getting points around a circle around the player and pathing to them and so if her path is that she goes here and then she's trying to go here, and even if the player is moving, that means that, like, you know, you can kind of assume that, like, if the player is moving this way, that these circles right here would kind of be offset that way. She would kind of just offset a little bit that way. And that can kind of just keep happening. And her destination is always sort of in this big, like, rim around the player. And then that way, I mean, I think you would just inevitably be behind a fucking tree. And you would inevitably kind of be out of line of sight from the player. Hey, yo, what's up, what's up, what's up? Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Hello, hello. How are you, how are you? I'm just, I'm trying to figure out how to make this witch disappear in a convincing way, that doesn't make the player feel cheated. There's so many ways to do this. There's so many ways to kind of like try to get a position that is out of line of sight from something, but I'm trying to mostly solve for the fact that the player it's gonna be moving a lot. And I think I kind of landed on it right now. This might be the closest one. Get a bunch of positions around the player and paths to them. The only thing that I'm a little put off by is that, like, you know, because I can't just say pick a random one, because then she might try to cross paths with the player. You know, like, if this is like a big circle of points and the player's like right here, I don't want the witch, if she's right here, to then try to get to this one. I want it to always be that she's trying to get to a point that is it can't just be about it being the closest point, because they're moving. It could be that she just iterates through them, that she starts with the closest one. Ah, this is confusing as fuck. Dude, so help me God, dude, so help me God, you always stream when I can't watch. There's no winning. I stream in fucking Southeast Asia time. I stream in fucking Los Angeles time. I stream in the mornings in Southeast Asia, and the nights and the afternoons, and then I stream in Los Angeles in the mornings and the evenings. There's just no winning. There's no, I can't please everybody. I can't.
It never works out. Also, I'm inconsistent as hell. I'm not reliable as a streamer. Come on, don't you know that? I'm not reliable. I can't rely on this guy to be like, oh yeah, every Monday at 8. I'm too much of a lazy ass. But thanks for swinging by. I hope you get to hang out a little bit. Dang, how the fuck is it so late already? Bro. What time is it? 9:15? Yeah, I know. It's Saturday too, which is crazy. What are all you nerds doing watching somebody make a fucking video game on a Saturday night? Why don't you go do drugs and in video games, of course, and like do, I don't know what I can get banned on Twitch for. You know, I'm gonna bite my tongue. And when I said do drugs, I meant in video games, of course. Fake drugs. You know, like potions, because like potions that witches make. Drugs is just a funny shorthand for it, because we're talking about fake video games. Can you do a box collider and then check points near to an array, and then do array get random and then redo it every time? But then if you could do an array get random, you're getting random points that are within this box that are like not guaranteed to be away from the player. You know, you want it to be away from the player, because what you don't want is for her to be like, hey, cool, I found a spot that is out of line of sight of the player, but it's on the other side of the player, so let me just run right past the player. You know, it should be that she's constantly running away from the player and is trying to find spots that are kind of like in front of her, where she can kind of like run around behind like a tree or something. Good question. There's so many good questions as to why anybody watches my shit, why anybody puts up with my nonsense. Can you have a collider on the player that deactivates near checkpoints? You have a collider on the player that deactivates near checkpoints. Oh, nearby checkpoints. That deactivates nearby checkpoints. Okay, I see. So like the player, well, no, but okay, but then you don't want a collider doing that, because if you did a collider doing that, then it would pass through, you know, like a collider is irrespective of line of sight. Line of sight necessitates picking points that you do a ray cast from, and you don't want to disqualify any of those by any other method, right? You basically want all of your points to always do a line of sight check. And then you want to use vector math to make sure that they're around the player. What if the checkpoints get distance from the player, and if they're too close, they deactivate? But again, that's not about it, because what you want to do, in fact, that would be even cooler if it was super close to the player. You know, the reason I don't want it to be this like distance-based thing is because like what the illusion is about like, oh, where did she go? Holy shit, she just went behind this thing. So the illusion is 100% just about her being obfuscated. Again, it's not like a distance thing, it's a line of sight thing. So like, you know, in that example, you wouldn't want something to deactivate that's close to him, because what if like one of those checkpoints was like right around the corner from him? Like if it's like 5 feet away or 3 feet away, and the player just had to turn that corner, and then they're chasing the witch and they turn the corner and then she's gone. That would be cool. That couldn't happen if it got deactivated because it was so close to him, you know? So you want it to have nothing to do with distance like that, you know? I'm also sick and got like no sleep, had to drive someone to the airport, and then went back to sleep at 8:30 and woke up at 2:10 p.m. So my sense of time is messed up. That's a lot. That's a lot to handle. Also, driving people back and forth from the airport is crazy. Like that's never a good time. But you're a real one for doing it. So, you know, you got brownie points. Hopefully you can cash in that karma eventually. Let's hope that it's worth it. But hey, slam a monster, right? Fucking, it's only 8 p.m. Go ahead and just chug a bunch of 120 milligrams of caffeine at 8 p.m.
I just got here and I didn't fully know what was going on. Okay, yeah, no, I hear you. But you know, thanks for trying to contribute. It helps me also kind of to sort of, you know, say out loud, even for me, just to say out loud like what I should not be doing. It's helpful. Yeah, I'm drinking one right now. That's insane. That's insane, dude. That's insane. What about this shit? What about this? Just some classic awa. All right. Let's look at some actions. Let's look at some actions. Points around. No, around. Random position around. No, we don't want random positions. I also have an action that I was using in Akiba manual override. Documents. GitHub. Akiba, Battler, repo, assets. Playmaker custom actions. Steven. Generate front arc spots. Yes. This is a good one. Here we go. Check this shit out. Check this shit out, bro. See, this is why my little custom actions pack is goated. Here. Generate front arc spots. Boom. That and some ginger honey tea stuff for my throat. That's good. I actually have I have some of this ginger tea that's so fucking amazing that when I've had like it's good to just kind of put you to sleep. Even though it's not a sleepy tea, it's just kind of like it's just so soothing. It can put you to sleep. It can also just calm you down. It's good for the afternoon too, but like I used to use it a lot for like kind of tummy problems. If my tum was a little mad at me, I would wait, hold on. What just happened? Did I get a notification? Do you guys see a notification on screen? Am I tripping? If somebody subbed or followed, thank you, but I think I may have just missed it. Yeah. Ginger tea and honey is sick. I fucking love that. Okay, random position around is not what I wanted, but okay. The action I just put in was I search arc, generate front arc spots. So check this out. Generates candidate attack positions on a front arc around the target, centered at the target to the seeker direction. Points are clamped within like a minimum radius and a maximum radius, and then cold behind the target relative to the seeker, and optionally projected to the ground for nav mesh. So that's literally what I just described and painted on here, and it's because I've used this same. I designed this action because it's the same idea of like trying to find cover, and this was the logic that I used in Akiba manual override for ground units to find cover. So this is one way to do it. I literally just put honey, ginger, and cinnamon in hot water. Oh, that's also dope. That's also dope. I have like a really nice ginger tea. Do I have any more? Maybe not. Or maybe it's downstairs. That's actually crazy if oh no, maybe it's right here. No, I don't know where it went. Maybe it's probably in the kitchen. I mean, I didn't, like, it's not over here, right? No. I could go for some of that right now. That sounds nice. I've been slamming these. Suja, cucumber, celery, grapefruit, chard, lettuce, lemon, with kale, spinach, parsley, and mint tea. This is so amazing. I don't know if you as a kid ever drank water out of a water hose, like during a hot summer, just like water hose, just like that. But the way that my body used to feel like it was receiving nutrients it so desperately needed back when I used to drink out of a water hose as a kid is the way it feels when I drink this. I can feel all of like the minerals saturating into like my flesh. Okay. So generate front arc spots. Let me lock in here. Let's actually get some shit done. Enough horsing around. The seeker is the player, right? And then the target. Cage. Thanks for keeping this dry boy wet. Wet the dry boy. Thank you. Oh my god, water hose is the fucking best. Water hose water? Yeah. For real. I'm glad you feel that way. Yeah. NPC looking for a position. If none. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell? What are we doing here? Generates candidate attack positions. Oh, wait a minute. This wasn't the same one that I used. There might be a different one. Hold if behind the target relative to the seeker. Oh, no. This one gets attack positions. So that makes it, they do line of sight checks. Damn, they do line of sight checks in the opposite direction. You couldn't even flip these to make this work. Cause then then the shape gets awkwardly. I was close. Okay, hold on, let me look at my other actions. The other one that I was looking for was get points around target. Let's try this one and see. Because I think this one literally lets you make a circle around something. So I can at least start with that. As if I have a circle of points and I put it in an array, points. Get points around target. So this one is generates evenly spaced points around a center position. Center can be from a game object, a world position, or a local offset from a game object, right? So the center game object is, let's just say, the witch root. The number of points, let's say she makes like, let's say 25, right? You want relative density. You kind of need enough resolution. Like if it's too low res, you'll end up firing a bunch of raycasts through the trees and through thin enough, small enough geometry. So you need it to be high resolution enough where it's shooting a bunch of raycasts so it can find a few that do hit some things. But you don't want it to be so high res that she tries to hide behind a super skinny tree, because it's gonna end up giving some of those anyway, you know. So the radius will be, the minimum should be 1. That's fine. Let's do, let's do 2 meters, so 6 feet. Yeah, 2. Radius max, let's do 1.5. And then radius max will be like 15 feet. So that's like 5 meters, right? Points around center. Yeah, this is interesting. We're gonna have to calculate escape route. Okay. Yeah, I guess we just do it. We just have to iterate through each of them and just do it ourselves. So array, these are points around which it's an array of vector 3s. So we can store it here. And then sorry, I just want to skip this song. No, thank you. Holy shit. Okay. All right. So we get the points. I'm down to make this into a template because I might want to have her use this same kind of, like, this is basically her escape, right? Like she might use this get not get hiding spot, get position out of sight. X, edit, paste, input, delete, back, which root, edit. Okay, we'll even rename this as to the character to hide. All right. Points around character. We're just making this generic. And then you start iterating through them. So we'll say get points around and then get next. So we could start going through them. And after we get through them, we want to do a raycast or no, field of view. That's even better. Get objects in field of view. And then we do an array contains. And then we well, let's see how far that gets us right now. Okay, so loop events. What the hell? Loop event. And then finished event is really complete. Okay. Get next point. Comes down here. Can be seen from here? Question mark. I'm thinking, which direction do you do it in? Like, I think the obvious thing is you do it from the position of the thing that you're trying to hide from, and then you do a check. But then that doesn't work. What if we just do a raycast? What if we do kind of a cheapy one? A little cheapy peepee. Should we just do cheapy peepee? See.
One sec. All right. Oops. Yeah, I think you do a Linus. You just do a rate cast. Cast. You do from the target to hide from. Make that an input. Forward on the z-axis. Oh, wait a minute. I think what we want is a physics line cast, huh? From target to hide from to position, which is what we get from here. So this is the next position. So to position, next position. There we go. Layer mask. One environment. We're only checking if the environment includes us. And then if it's a hit event, that means no. If it's a no hit event, that means yes. Okay. So if it's yes, you have to go back and get the next one. If it's no, do you just immediately validate that point? Or what you could do is you do an array add, and then you say, you make a new array called like valid cover points vector 3 valid cover points, add that, add to valid, come back up here, you go through that, so it goes through all of them. And then what you want to do is sort game objects by distance. You know what I need is I need to sort vector 3s by distance. Let's see. Oh wait, does array sort do that? No, because then how would it know? Okay. Get world distance. Find farthest, it's a game object action. Get closest game object. You know, all of these are game object based, so that means, yeah, I need to, let's have Geppetto whip us up a quick, let's see, make maker action called sort vectors by distance. I should be able, I input an array of v3s and a game object, the positions to sort. and a game object to measure the distance from end of v3 or the position to measure from if both the game object and v3 are set, then the v3 is used as a local offset from the game object. Then outputs a new array of with the first entry being the closest and the last entry being the furthest. Okay. So we're just gonna make a new script called sort vectors by distance. I'm gonna open this bad boy up, and then we're just gonna copy and pasta. Oh, wait, is Playmaker a plugin for Unity? Sorry if that was different. Yes, it's a plugin for Unity. It is not a dumb question. Yep, it is a third-party tool that helps you control everything else in Unity. So basically you have all of the power of Unity that normally you would have to do through C# or whatever, but you could do it with these little nodes instead. It's kind of like blueprints for Unreal, except there's way more high level features to it, and there's actually way more granular features to it. So it's kind of like more extreme for beginners and more extreme for veterans, as in like it's way more beginner friendly than blueprints is, and way more expert friendly than blueprints is. Oops, wait. And so what I'm doing right now is I'm just trying to get Geppetto here to whip up a custom action, because actions are the sort of like, you know, in C# you would just have like methods that kind of do these like high level things. And in Playmaker, you use actions, which are filled with your methods and stuff like that. So you can see this action here is like, you know, all the logic for sorting out these vectors relative to like a position or a game object, or the combination of the vector and the game object. It's all there in C#, but then when I switch back over to Unity, you let that script compile really quick. Okay, for a sec I thought it was like its own app. No, it's a plugin. But yeah, so now that I added that action and I go in here, this is where I want to do it. Sort vectors by distance. So now you can see here in my little action browser, this is like a window for Playmaker. The script that you were just looking at is this now, sort vectors by distance. And so when I drag and drop this in, this is what it looks like to me. So it's a way simpler interface to do the same exact thing. And so now I can just say, okay, all those valid cover points I have, make sure that we organize them by distance from the character to hide, which is the witch. Yeah, and then we're going to store all those vectors in a new array that we will call valid cover points sorted.
I could have overwrote the vector and just put it twice, but I'm gonna try to keep this logic clean. Yes, super cool, super cool. Sorted vectors, sorted vectors, sorted vectors, sorted vectors. What are we doing here? Sort vectors. Or get closest. Vector. Get closest point. So we'll do an array get. We'll get the item at 0. Or closest point. Yeah, I think that's what we do. Because the player is going to be moving. So that means that if this first one doesn't work, it's like you may as well just run the whole sequence again just to have the most up-to-date hiding spots, or like the most up-to-date sort of status or the validity of the hiding spot. Get closest point, get position out of sight. And yeah, and I think you're just done. So finish FSM. Finish FSM. Okay. Right. Fin. Boom. And then you spit it out. So closest point, we'll make that an output so I can go do something else with it. Okay, character to hide is that target to hide from is the player. Closest point is, we're going to save that as our destination B3. We'll make this an action sequence. And then oh, you know what we want to do is we want to make nav mesh sample position. We'll do that first. So sample position. It'll happen first to make this an action sequence. Source position, next position, max distance, I guess 10, that's fine. And then put it as next position. There we go. Okay. That's fine, that's fine. Maybe you do like a XYZ add, just make it come off the ground a little bit. Vector 3 XYZ add. The next position on Y, you make it go like 0.1, just so it's not on the ground completely. Array add, yeah, cool. Boom. Player, destination B3, and then you say set destination. Which route? All right, we better test this shit out. Let's see if our witch can actually hide from us. Destination. Boom. Path pending. Continue. Boom. Then she has to go to it. This is. Oh man, this is kind of rough, I feel. Okay, hold on. I can just copy the state and paste it. I don't know. She might have a hard time escaping, to be honest. En route to like cover. Oh shit. Oh shit. Get rid of this. En route to escape. Boom, boom. Elk hiding spot. Escape spot. En route to baby. Calculate escape route. Calculate escape spot. En route to escape. Okay. We'll make her run really fast too. Or
2.5. 3. Make her run super fast. Don't change her animation. Arrival threshold will be 0.1 because we want her to get as close as possible to where she disappears. And then this is where she should disappear. And this, we can say, oops, disappear. We'll just have her deactivate herself for now. So should just disappear. Okay. You know what I think though? It's like when she gets there, she has to check if the player can see her. This was almost fucked this up. Almost fucked this up. So when she gets here, you have to ask, can player see me? Question mark. And then, man, this is rough because she might just be scrambling. You know what I was thinking? If this doesn't work, I might make it so that she just gets the closest bushes. And I'll just put more bushes in the game. I already had to put more bushes in the game because the player has to hide. But yeah, I think if I could, this actually might have been the better option. I'm so stupid. I mean, this one's cool because it would be cool if she could do this when you're like by the house or by a big tree or whatever, and then it's like, ooh, where did she go? She turned the corner and she's gone. So it is kind of cool. But maybe I have her do this a few times, and if it's like, if it doesn't work like by the third time, she just finds the closest bush, puts herself on the other side of it, and then does a check that says, hey, is the order of these objects me, bush, player? And if, you know, basically, am I on the other side of this and the player's on the other side of that? And if that's true, then just make me disappear, because those bushes are big enough where you wouldn't be able to see her for sure. I guess I could have did that with the fucking trees, huh? Oh, but how big are these trees? No, these trees are super thin. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, she might be small enough to do that. It just might not be a perfect illusion. Where it's like, if you just find a tree, I could make the trees thicker. So you have her find a tree, and then she goes to it, and then like she finds, yeah, that actually might be a good one, because you want her to escape into the forest all the time anyway. I think I have to admit that is a better solution. We'll see if this one works. This one I kind of don't even really, I can't imagine this is gonna work. Fucking Christ, man. Right, and then you just do this, just player to which root, layer mask, oops, environment,
event is no. No hit event is yes. So I think you just do this and then this. All right, let's test it. Here we go. I'm a little unenthused because I can't really imagine this is gonna work well. The agent speed is already okay. All right, here we go. Let me stop the music. Hit it, Spanky. Nah, trust. All right, all right. Bet. I think the tree thing is gonna. Shut up, dude. There we go. Okay. Come on, come get my baby. Where are you? There you go. You see it? Come on. Oh, she's not. There she is. Okay. My baby there. All right, and then I'm gonna chase her. What? I can't even look at her because the encounter trigger thing right now. Why is she stuck? She just thought that that's chill. She thought, great, this works. Or she's stuck calculating escape. Oh, wait, set agent destination. Path pending done event. Damn. Yeah, it didn't feel quite right. But it is kind of weird that, let me see, I'm gonna play this unfocused. We'll mute it so things don't get crazy. Yeah, look at that. You see how right here, all this shit is green? This means that it's looping through this constantly. That means right now she is unable to find a hiding spot. So what I need to do is, in the calculate a hiding spot, I'm gonna pop in really quick and say that the radius max is something much larger. Let's say 35. And let's see if that helps her out. No, she's still having a hard time. Oh wait, where's the loop on this one? Yeah, it's still looping right here. Yeah, she's trying to hide from me. Destination V3. She gets points around character to hide. Number of points, 25. Minimum radius, maximum radius, great. She has this huge thing. She gets the next points, next position. We do a nav mesh sample position. Oh, the max distance? No, that should be fine too. And then we add 0.1 to it, so it's a little high up. Then you do a physics line cast from the player to that position. And then the ones, so these are all valid. Uh-oh, why can't I? Oh. Oh, holy shit, hang on, I gotta stop that. You know what I just realized? I know why she was stuck too. Holy shit, that's crazy. I'm surprised Unity didn't fucking crash. Good thing I paused it. Holy shit. So Whew, that was close. Unity was adding, I mean, it must have been in the hundreds of thousands of entries at that point. Unity was definitely adding hundreds of thousands of entries for sure. I probably had an array list that was probably close to 1 million entries. I mean, probably more. Where is it? Snatch Baby. So what needs to happen is in this calculate escape spot at the start of it, set a start state. Holy shit. Because what it was doing is like, okay, get all these points around, right? Cool, get the next point. Can you be seen from here? Yes or no? Cool. If you can't, that's valid. Great. Add it to this list. Gets added to the list. That's fine. Does that until it goes through all the ones it needs to sort through. Great. When it's done, comes to here, sorts that list that it made. Cool. Still everything's fine. And then it says finish. Fine. Meanwhile, back outside, it says continue doing your thing. But then when it arrives at that point, it does one more check and it says, can I be seen from here? And if you can, it says, okay, go back and check if you can find a new point. So then this runs again, except this time, the get points around, this stays the same size all the time because I'm always telling it, you're creating 25 points. But then whenever it finds valid points, it adds those valid points to the last batch. And so now it's the last batch of valid points plus the new batch of valid points. And that means she keeps doing that over and over again. And every time that she stays where she is and then it runs again, this list grows that many points every single time. And then it's doing it as fast as it can. So yeah, it's just an ever growing list. So that thing must have been massive. So instead what you do here is you do a little initialization state and you say remove all. You say, hey, valid cover points and valid cover points sorted. And while we're at it, points around character. We just remove all of those before it starts. So we'll give her another shot. We'll see if she, oh, you know what? And while we're here, let's extend her search radius. Just to really give her a fair calculate escape spots. We'll say that the radius max is 25. Okay, play maximized. Here we go. The old college try. Oh, let me. Oops. Alright, come get me. Come get my baby. Here. Take it. Okay, so she's at least searching for new spots. I can see you, dummy. Uh-oh. What does she think she's doing? Oh, it okay, so she thinks she successfully got there because the deactivate self deactivates the behavior. Yeah, she thought she couldn't be seen. So she thought she had successfully found cover. Which is, yeah, it's understandable because the last final check I do is kind of stupid too. If I change this, I think maybe we do this. Maybe we make it a slightly, we tune up that last part because maybe she's closer to this than I think she is. Can player see me? Instead of doing a line cast, you do
I guess you just do a can see game object. Why not? You do which root. Or actually do which entity. Which entity. Which is this little collider right here. And then the origin game object is main camera. Oh, wait a minute. I should be testing for. Oh, okay, at the top of this, we're going to find game object main camera. Store that as main camera. But we're also going to do that in get position at a site. Can be seen from here. Target to hide from. So target to hide from will be main camera. There we go. Okay, so this will be a little bit more robust. And I'm going to ask, can player see me? We're asking, can the main camera see me? The raycast layer mask will be environment and character. We want to ignore, I think, the player entity, which means that on a knit, we also need to do find child, no, get child of the player with the tag character on it and store that as the player entity. Okay. So can the player see me? Player entity, ignore game object, player entity. Yeah. Field of view 150. Maybe if we don't really care if it's at our peripheries. Distance limit is 0 unlimited. Yeah, okay, good. Well, let's make it 100. And then just can see. Player can see me. You don't want to run it every frame. There's no repeat interval. Make it an action sequence, and then we just throw a bool test out. All right, let's test this shit out. Player can see me. If it's true, then that means yes. If it's oh wait. No. Okay, yeah. Player can see me, yeah. And it's false, then it's no. All right. Here we go. And then, oh, this needs to be activate game object. Which root? She needs to just disappear the whole thing. Okay, now we test. Hit it, Spanky. All right, come get it. Come get it. Fresh baby. I have to kind of like look above her so I don't do the little, oh shit. Where the hell, where do you think you're going? Holy shit. Something is off here. I gotta mute this. Hold on, I gotta mute this. There we go. Look away, look away. Okay, there we go. Dude, she is not figuring it out. Oh fuck. Where is she?
Oh, that's funny. That's stupid. I turned around for. Yeah, technically you got away, bitch. Technically you got away. All right, hold on. Let's also figure out why the hell she was like going to all these little random spots. She would like go to a spot.
Could you put like a bubble around the opening so she would try to run towards the wood in hide somewhere in there, or do you want her to hide around the house?
Yeah, I want her to be able to hide around the house too. I think it'd be so fun for it to just be like a fully anywhere in the world where there's geometry, you know, or I should say where there's colliders. I think especially because when I was first making this, right, like I did the thing where I kind of did the little thought experiment of how cool would it be if like you're chasing around around the house and then like you just turn the corner, you know, or if like the door closes on you or something like that. All those kind of moments that aren't necessarily about being in the forest would be so cool. That's why I was the idea I was pitching a moment ago about like doing the tree thing. I was just hesitant to even go with that because it's just like, then I'm limited to like the forest. Like I like that she tries to run into the forest, but that means that she can only get away in the forest. Okay, so it's fine. I might end up still doing that because this is just a pretty difficult problem to solve. Snatch baby. So what was happening? She was running around, arriving at some point, but I think what was especially weird is that like she qualified that point as like out of sight from the player. And I don't know why she qualified it like that. Like we saw her running to like all these little spots that were really close by. And that means at some point she did a check that said, okay, that spot, draw a line to the player. Wait, what's the logic? I did change it so it looks at the camera now, not the player. Maybe you can help specify where so it's not trying to hide behind small objects. Maybe you can help specify where. Maybe you could help specify where so it's not trying to hide behind small objects. Well, in the whole like not trying to hide behind small objects thing, that's why I'm trying to use the field of view check at the end. Like, okay, so here's kind of what I was thinking. Like the way you kind of mitigate the small object part is in so this part uses can see game object, and this one's wait a minute. Yeah, this is when she arrives. Okay, so that makes sense. But in this part, I feel like I should use the field of view one because I use the line cast, and that means that it isn't as accurate as like she can end up finding little spots. But what's still weird, just kind of going back a sec, I still don't know why she was ending up at these little, like, we were kind of out in the open and she was like running around kind of like in circles and stuff, and I'm like, what were those points? Like, I wonder why she was deciding that as like a safe point. Get positions out of sight. So the witch route is the character to hide. Oh, look, I never specified this. Look, the target to hide from. Duh. It should be main camera. Dude, I never fucking even specified it. Okay, so yeah, draw a line cast from this. Let's just see if the line casts work. I literally left the value empty. So now let's see if that works better. That clarifies why she was running in circles at least. All right, run it back. Is there a log you can look back on? Well, I can watch it in real time too. That's what's great about Playmaker is you get to see all of the variables being populated in real time. But yeah, I can make log events too if I wanted to. Okay, so where you at? Come get it. Come get it. Oh. He almost kind of. Oh, that's. Oh, look, that was good. See, that was fucking cool. Because she ran into my. I honestly didn't even expect her to run into my house, but that was cool. Like, I was like, ah, she's getting some points around here that are really gonna make it easy for her to disappear. There we go. That's actually not bad. I'm skeptical about how well that's gonna hold up in the woods. So let's run a test. Let's bait her out into the woods and see how well it works there. That was actually not bad. That was pretty good. I would actually say that was pretty fucking good. Hell yeah, yeah. Let me also disable the players thing for, let's see, where's look? Look. Or I'll just look in the sky. Or should I? I have a. Let's go to witch, and then behaviors. I think encounter trigger mostly. It's that thing where you look at her and. Does the sound play here too? Or no? Encounter trigger, pause, blink, encounter an offer. Or does it happen on, maybe it's on the player's camera. Kind of forget where some of this stuff lives. I want to disable it while she's in that mode. Reticle witch effects, encounter trigger. So, oh yeah, because if her encounter trigger is off, then this can't, that bull value can't be flipped. So then this won't activate. Yeah, so I could do that on her. So let's say that when she has the baby, right? Let's do snatch baby. En route to baby, grab baby, or actually en route to baby. Disable FSMs. Here we go. We will also disable her encounter trigger. And just in case the player looks at her during that moment, we will also say set FSM bool on encounter trigger. Looking at witch to false. Yeah. Let me just take a look at this. And run trigger should also be. Let's just also set it to false. Okay. That way we don't try to do that while she's chasing the baby, or while she's trying to escape. Okay, so the plan this time is bait her out. Where is she? Come on. Come get it. Alright, we're gonna go this way, lady. Where is she? Okay, so I'm gonna put the baby out like right here. Kind of out in the open.
Where is she? Put the baby right here. All right, we're just gonna watch this happen. Yeah, some of these trees are actually pretty thick. Okay, so I'm chasing you. I can see you. I can see you. I feel like I should make her run faster. Oh, I gotta make sure I don't turn around. Oh. Yeah, it's a little harder out here. It's a little harder out here. Ooh. Yeah, it is a lot harder. No, mute that. Oh, that shouldn't have happened. Yeah, I saw her disappear there. Oh, wait a minute. No, that was for a very different reason. Ah, you see all that wind blowing with all the leaves and stuff? I think the baby was being occluded by the witch's collider. So it was like I couldn't see my baby. Even though I could see my baby and I knew my baby was right there. Technically, the witch has a collider on her body, and that was preventing the line of sight from me seeing my baby explicitly. And that's one of the conditions of whether or not your baby kind of has that, like I said earlier, the Robert Eggers magically disappears baby kind of moment. And so right there, that was a totally different system that made them disappear. Because when the baby disappears, so basically in that moment, the baby, I bet you if you rewind the footage, you can probably see the baby disappear first, and then the witch despawns in that order. Whereas if this was the system I just built, it would have been that they both would have disappeared together. I mean, it could have happened very close. It could have happened like back to back in the single frame, so maybe not. But like, because of the fact that we saw the blowing leaves and everything, that's the giveaway that like it was the other system, 100%. It was the other system, because this system doesn't spawn in leaves and the blowing wind effects. Is there what happened to the violin? So the violin stuff I just turned off right now because I don't want that system to be running while she's pursuing the baby, because that system, the reason it puts in those violin like the stabs and the following sort of like ambient rise, that is explicitly for the system where you stare at the witch. So when you stare at her, it'll play those sound bites for an extended period of time until like it cues like a trigger. It's kind of like you're being entranced by the witch, and that is like what you do to sort of like confront her. It's like a choice that the player can make. So I just want to make sure that system isn't running while she has the baby, because she kind of shouldn't give a fuck about that. You know, she's like, why would I talk to this person if I'm stealing her baby? So that's where the violence were coming from. Okay, so what's interesting about that is that means I have to tell my baby. See, here's all the witch kidnap logic. See, in here it's like, does the baby have anti-witch? The player have the baby? Is the baby crying? Is the baby home? Is the door locked? Is the husband dead? Is the husband home? Is the fireplace lit? Can I see the fireplace?
Can I see the baby? Can the husband see the baby? Is the husband home part 2? And can I see the witch? And then after all these, it'll kind of add some value to it. And I have to make sure that this system stops running when the witch has the baby. So I think what you do is I think you make a new event called Baby Witch Holding Baby. And then that's basically like turning this off. Witch or baby, witch holding baby. Right? So should not magically steal. Glissando. Yeah, all those violin glissandos were deactivated. I'll put this right here and I'll turn this red. So baby space slash space witch holding baby. I'll make the witch send that event. Behaviors. Snatch baby. Oh, I'm getting hungry. What time is it? 10:30 is crazy to try to eat. Maybe I'll have a little protein bar. Yeah, you do like a send event. Game object FSM. Or no, broadcast all. Global events. Baby. Witch holding baby. Or actually, no. You do it only when she grabs the baby. There we go. Yep. Okay. So now I can test it again. Let me be right back. I'm going to grab a protein bar. Because I don't want to go to bed with a hungry tummy. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Let's rock and roll. So good. Okay, got the baby. I'll have to go out to the woods. Wait, get her attention first. Come get it. Come get it. She's a little slow, baby. Right. Yeah, I should increase her speed for sure. I agree. All right. Try to lose me. Try to lose me. I feel like she should run even. She should run faster even when she's running with the baby too. Oh, that was close. She's doing a lot of circles around that double tree. I think it's because that double tree is very. Oh. Oh, okay. Oop. She's starting to juke me out. Because like if she can get away with this. Okay, hold on. When she run, oh, I'm gonna pause it, and let's just make her faster artificially for a second. Let's say it's like 5. Oh shit. Oh, okay. I ran out of fucking Oh, that must have worked. That had to have worked, right? Oh no, she's right there. What the fuck? What? Okay, that. Now she disappeared. Okay, maybe I could just increase her speed because I think she was really kind of losing that battle because of how slow she was. The leads don't block vision. I mean, it is kind of nice that like they actually block like the player's vision, you know, just by virtue of being like a visual thing. But not, there's no physics casts happening against the leaves. All right, let's run another test with her being faster on both fronts. So, snatch baby. En route to baby, her speed will be 2.5. And let's copy this. And when it's en route to escape, we'll say she's up to 5. That's when she starts running all fast. Yeah. Okay. Give it a go. But at least it fixed that problem where my baby didn't fucking magically disappear. Here we go. And now I can actually try to kind of chase her because my stamina will naturally deplete trying to chase her. As opposed to before when I was like trying to let her catch up so often. Where the hell is she? Oh. Nope. Come get it. Okay. Yeah, this is nicer. This is, yeah, it's nice having her run a little faster.
Where the hell did you go? Okay. Okay, this is good. What you gonna do? Oh shit, she's already so fast. Wait. I mean, she definitely got away, right? Like, I can't. Wait, she's running over there though. I can still kind of see her. There's no way. I mean, like, no, she just can run away fast enough. That kind of kills the illusion a little bit because she just runs away faster than me now. Like, I lost sight of her because of distance, not because of some cool illusion. So here's what's gonna happen. I know how to fix that. It's an easy fix. Well, I think here I can keep her nice and fast. I think it's still good keeping her fast when she's running away, because I do want the player to kind of lose stamina. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep her that fast, but I don't want the player to lose sight of her because of how far she is. So all I have to do is reduce the maximum radius that she looks for little points to hide. Because she went very, very far. Calculate escape. Here we go. So in here, the radius max, I'm going to put down to 10. She went so far. She went insanely far. All right. Here we go. Slower runaway, faster chasing. Okay. I might still tweak some of those values, because the animation, I kind of have a pet peeve where, like, if the animation, see how she, like, her feet are a little slidey right now, and I know that's like a video gamey thing, and there's already, you know, we're disembodied and all the other things that come with the fact that we all know we're playing a video game, but sometimes it's a little too much. So yeah, I agree. I might actually change some of these values. Get nice and far. I'm also going to keep my stamina up. Can she catch up to me if I'm just walking? I think so. Yeah, her current pursuit speed is faster than my just basic walk speed right now, which is good to know, because that means when the player loses, like, the player wouldn't be able to outrun her forever. Okay, here we go. This is a good spot. All right, here we go. Ready to chase you. What the fuck? Oh no. You know what she might be doing too? She always runs back that way. Oh, there she is. Oh, there she is. There she is. There she is.
Did she finally disappear? I think she did. That was a little wacky though. Can you scale her animation speed to her speed? Yeah, you could, but that's also another kind of one of those like, you know. Then she looks like she's like, woo! You know. So I tried adjusting that like a couple weeks ago. I was just looking for animations that sold the speed more, that weren't that like, because if there's an animation where naturally the speed is like that, that can kind of match her moving that fast, which is like a combination of not just how fast the feet are kind of going one foot in front of the other, but also like how long the stride is. That helps. And I went through a few animations, and there's some ones that are better than others that kind of feel more organic at their natural playback speed, and feel like they actually are like for moving faster, and they look better when you move the agent faster. And then I found one that looked really good in a paid animation set, and I was like, that would actually look really good when I want her to move super fast. But I haven't bitten the bullet yet to buy those animations. Okay, so what do I do about this lady? Because she's also, let's take a look at, let's see. No, because she did run the other direction too. I think what's happening is like, she runs away from me, right? And then she finds hold the phone. Yeah, she runs away from me, and then she finds points around herself, checks all of them for whether or not they're obstructed, like my field of view is obstructed by them. And then she finds the closest one to her, tries to go to that one. But if she keeps iterating through it, by the time the calculation runs to do all these other things, like she makes the points first. By the time the calculation runs, it's always going to be the points that were in front of her that are going to be considered closest, because she has this little one window where while the calculation is running, she's also running forward. And so she naturally ends up picking the ones that are at 12 o'clock to her, you know? And then so she kind of just keeps, the only time it doesn't happen, or I should say, she's always picking the ones at 12 o'clock in open spaces. And then the only time that doesn't happen is when she's actually around a bunch of trees or geometry that can obfuscate the views, because then the valid points are more varied around her. And you know, a lot of times she won't have one that's in front of her. And she'll just kind of keep running. Yeah, okay. What a weird problem. This is so funny. Let's see. Let's maybe take a look at her brain. Kind of curious as to what the last thing she was thinking about were. Distance remaining, yeah. Calculate escape spot, destination B3. It's 23, 0, and 12. Yeah, I mean, everything's kind of checking out. It is really funny to see her scurrying around. Oh, dude. No. The main problem is that like we're trying to find cover, right? Cover just being a point behind a thing that the player can't see, like that point, like because the thing is in the way. We're trying to find cover like while the player is moving. So, okay, hang on. Dude, there's actually a really, okay. Okay. What I want to do is when she finds her first valid point, I want her to like try to get there, and if the player can see her, then she should just go to another position around that point. Like if basically if like she found a point like next to a tree or whatever, right? Like, oh, okay, the player couldn't see me there. But actually, hang on. The only problem is that the way I'm getting the points is I'm using that other system. Shit. Wait. I think what I need to do is just I think maybe I'm doing this backwards. Maybe I could do this backwards. You shoot ray casts out from the witch in front of her. Or around her. In front of her in an arc. So she has this arc of ray casts at a really high resolution in front of her. And then let's get Geppetto to whip something up for us. Let's get the tunes back. Okay. Make a playmaker action called get collider density, collider dense position. Yeah. I set a game object or V3 or both, where V3 is local offset of game object as the origin to shoot raycasts from. I set the I set the direction. I set the forward direction V3 to shoot the raycasts in. I set the angle to I set the angle to use that. I set the angle that all the raycasts sweep in, or all the raycasts, yeah, sweep in. So I set the number. Sorry, I was not listening to the last 10 minutes. What's the status? Oh, okay. So I'm gonna make a new action called Get Collider Dense Position, and basically what I want to have it do is kind of spray a bunch of raycasts in front, and it like just spray a bunch of raycasts, and then it sprays a bunch of raycasts. And then all of the hit points that it gets, I want it to take all those hit points and then spit out, like, and basically find the densest areas of hit points. Because you might see something like if you shot a bunch of raycasts out from here, right? Like going in these directions, right? Like all out like that. If you have geometry that's like this, 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 what you end up with is like, here's a hit point, here's a hit point, here's a hit point, here's a hit point, here's a hit point. Let's just say that's a hit point, 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 right? So like, this is a this is a cluster. There's two that are very close to each other. This one's just by itself. This one's kind of just by itself. Here's kind of a little cluster. Here's a little cluster, and here's a little cluster, and here's one by itself. So it kind of looks at all the clusters, and then it says, well, which one is like the highest density of hit points? And it's kind of like, well, this one looks pretty good right here. it looks like there's like, you know, of all the angles, like the distance apart from each other, like the amount of hit points that are hitting that are also close to each other. Okay, the density of it leads me to believe that you could position something right here. So then it takes those points and then it gives you like the average. And it can be like, okay, the average is like a point right here. So this is the center of the cluster. And then it spits that out, and then I can use this as a reliable point to say that somewhere around here I can get cover. So then what I do is I send the witch here, and then she can just run around in circles in this area. She could just kind of get random positions around here and do her little scramble until I finally lose line of sight, because this is a more reliable place because it has like a higher density of like colliders here, which is, you know, things that obfuscate your vision. Yeah, and I feel like that would be like a reliable way. I think that might work. But I have to know how to tell. Okay, so I set the forward direction, V3 to shoot the raycasts in. I set the angle that all the raycasts sweep in. I set the number of raycasts to shoot. What do you call that? Not just the angle, but the like, what the hell is that? Like is it an angle? It's the number of raycasts to shoot, and then I set the layer mask. And then the action outputs. The action looks at all the hit points. Okay, hold on. The action looks at all the hit points and returns, and finds the densest, the highest density. Look at the action looks at all the hit points and finds the highest density of hit points. Then returns, then averages those points to find the center of them. All right, no. Then spits out a point that is the center of that cluster. The action looks at all the hit points and finds the highest density of hit points and spits out a point that is the center of that cluster. Like alternatively, you can have it spit out all the center points of all clusters found and then give you yeah, maybe the action looks at all the hit points, then outputs the center point of all the clusters found. So I should say that like I set the maybe it'll give me something. Maybe it'll have an idea as to how I should pick the distance between each point to qualify a cluster. The action looks at all the hit points and outputs the center point of all the clusters, or the center point, then outputs the center points of all the clusters found. The array of cluster centers is sorted by densest by density. Highest density is index 0, is first index, and is first entry, and lowest density is last entry. Okay. Get collider dense position. Yeah. Okay, this is an interesting one. Okay, let's close that. Get collider dense position. Here we go. Making video games is fucking crazy. All right. Behaviors. Snatch baby. Calculate escape spot. This is gonna be the old one. Or actually, let's copy it, paste it, call this one old. Turn all this shit off. Boom, boom, boom. Delete that. Oops. Delete that. A lot of work for one scene. Impressive. I mean, it's like, yeah, hopefully I get to use really, you know, hopefully I get all the bang for my buck. Hopefully it's like, yeah. I think that's the thing about making systemic games. It's like you end up making a few really robust systems, and then you just kind of hope, or not hope, but you're designing them with the sort of prospect of that, like, they're so robust, and even though you only made a few of them, that the way they all mix together is what's going to be impressive about it, you know? So the way that this manifests, or snatching your baby and everything, within the broader picture of the game, will hopefully feel just like so like organic and like immersive, you know? And thanks. Keep gassing me up. Keep gassing me up. Okay, calculate escape spot. We want get position out of sight. I mean, I think it really is like, what the hell is this thing called again? Cluster or no? What the hell? Density? Get collider dense position. So what if I went in here and then instead of getting points around target, yeah, like instead of this, old, we do get collider dense. Oh shit, what the fuck? Unknown FS array type. Copy to clipboard. Hold on. Tell Geppetto to fix his shit. Stop fucking up, Geppetto. But here we go. The origin game object is character to hide. Yeah, the origin offset will set 1.5. The forward direction is 1 on Z. Yeah. If true, forward direction is treated as local to origin game object transform. Yes. Sweep axis. What the hell is this? Is also local. Yeah, I think it should be. Oh, I guess it's Y, right? So I guess you want like a maybe like a 120 degrees. Wait, sweep axis. What the hell? Yeah. Maybe it's like that then. Or no. Yeah. Right? It does this. Yeah. Y makes sense. It knows forward is yes. Okay. Sweep angle 60. No, we're gonna change it to 120. Ray count. We'll do 120. Yeah, and then max distance. Or actually, we'll do 100. You don't need to do that many. Or do you 120? Max distance. Let's make it lower, like 25. Layer mask. Son of a bitch. For the layer mask, let me use the drop down menu interface that Playmaker offers for layer masks. Dummy. A full fixed script. I guess pre-GPT days, I would have made an empty game object, made it shoot a raycast only out on its local forward Z, and then I would have rotated that empty game object by some increment, some angle on its y-axis X amount of times, and I would have done like a float operator to just divide how many times that fits into whatever the sweep angle is, so it does exactly that many times in between them. And then I would have stored all those points using an array add. I would have added each hit point vector 3 into a big list, and then I would have iterated through all of those and then found the distance between each of them, and if there was under some distance, I would add it to like a string. And then as long as it stayed within that distance, with each successive point stayed within that distance, I would still keep adding to that string. And then the moments it was away from that, I would start a new string. But the previous one that I was making, I would add that string, which is essentially a string that's like a bunch of vectors, bunch of vector 3s. And that's like the cluster. And I would have stored that as a string within a string array. And so it's a string array of multiple vector 3s. And then they would have had some separator, like a comma or whatever, so I could then break those apart individually. Yeah, okay. I just had to convince myself that I would still know how to do this and I'm not just becoming a lazy programmer. Okay, here we go. All right. And now get collider dense position. Okay, looking good. Sweep angle, 120, ray count, max distance, layer mask, great. This is working how I want it to now. Environment, ignore triggers, that's correct. Cluster radius. So points within this radius are considered part of the same cluster. Fair enough. 1 unit is about 3.5 feet. It's 1 meter. So she can hide behind 1 meter. I think that's fair enough. In fact, I might even give her 0.75. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. No, this isn't how I want it to work at all. Holy shit. Hang on. So it's more about like having the cluster radius means my clusters will always wait. Points within this radius are considered part of the same cluster. Okay, so maybe that is helpful. This is a little different than what I thought, but I guess basically what this is suggesting is that like, hey, it's finding places where the size of the thing that you're hiding behind, or just like the volume of it or whatever, is about this big. So you'll always be able to find something that is like about that big to hide behind. But I want there to be, I want them to find, we'll set it like bigger, right? So it can find places that can be, okay, I'm gonna set it to 2. I think this will work. I think this will work. So the cluster radius will be 2, which is about 6 feet. I don't think there's anything that's like that really. I mean, there's, I guess, the house, right? And then minimum points per cluster. Clusters with fewer points than this are discarded. Fine, 2 is whatever. Cluster centers. So here we go. Let's just find, yeah, cluster centers. Boom, boom, and then it goes and checks those. Cluster center. Hang on. Because this is like, this is kind of like a 2-part thing. Sprays a bunch of ray casts. Me going 10 to 4 in cash out, and my teammates going 4 to 4. Don't throw your back out. Don't throw your back out. Carrying all that weight. You're gonna carry that weight. Nice, very nice. You make me want to play. You make me want to play. I have to figure this out before I jump in, though. I want to jump in tonight. I do want to jump in. What time is it? 11:16. God, if I can get this to work, that'd be really nice right now. I had wild dreams today when I went out for my run. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna knock out this thing where the witch finds cover, kind of disappears, whatever, and can detect other characters, blah 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 blah. I'm glad I got the baby thing down. That one's nice. I mean, that was kind of fairly obvious. This hiding thing is coming along okay. What does it say? I'm medium with like 5k heals. Oh man. You know what feels great? I would love if I could just swing over 45 degrees to like a different computer where the finals is already booted up and I was medium with a heal gun playing like a match where my teammates are like right across from me and we're both in cover, but they have a good vantage point and they're like picking fools off. And I just want to be juicing them. I've learned really truly internalized the satisfaction of juicing your teammates. That heal gun feels so good. Set a goal. Yeah, my goal is to get this bitch to fucking hide and disappear like in a really convincing way. Excuse me. Okay, so what I was gonna say is like you spray all the raycasts, find the clusters. Cool. These are points of high density things. Oh. Hang on. What if we didn't touch this? What if we just got this, came back out here. We use it there, right? So we could just delete this. Boom. Paste this in here. Okay. And then you do array get from clusters, cluster centers, index 0, destination v3. You do a sample position, make sure it's on the nav mesh. Destination, max distance. I mean, it should be close, but we'll put 2. Position, destination v3. Okay, it's at least on the nav mesh. And then if the player can see me and the answer is yes, then you do random position around, input position, destination v3, min distance 0.1, max distance 2.5, store results, new destination v3. Finishes, come back up here. Call this get clusters, calc destination. This goes here. This goes here. This goes here. Killing a heavy is so satisfying. Oh yeah. Just big juicing. Big juicing. You got this. Thank you. I'm locked in. I'm locked in for sure. Here we go. Set destination. Wait, hold on. This is action sequence. Destination, destination. Yeah. Oh, this is not finished. This is continue. Cool. Nice. Okay, what's this? Random position around. Okay. I kind of have a good feeling about this one. This one's a little sloppy Joe, and I actually have a couple of ways to optimize it to make it So the witch is more reliably trying to get a specific position around those things that is more like blocked by the player. But for now, even just getting a fucking random position around it is, I think would give you good odds to just find a good hiding spot. Okay, here we go. Picking it up and outside. Okay, where are you at? Where's my girl at? There she is. There she is. Come on, girl. Come on. Where you at? There she is. Okay, let's go. Also, what's going to be way cooler is right now she beelines to you. She's just walking right towards you. That's fine. Might keep that, but I think I'm going to use the same logic I have when she chases you in the other modes. Oops. Because in the other modes, when she chases you, she teleports, and it always just changes the angle. So she'll kind of end up in front of you, but at the same distance. So it's at least fair in that like she didn't get any closer to you. But when she teleports, and it could be any angle around you, then that means you can inadvertently be running towards her without realizing it. And she'll kind of pop out of nowhere, and that's kind of on you. Okay, here we go. So I'm gonna put this fucking baby like way out in the open. I also need to get some of my stamina back. Is this way out in the open? Let's go like right here. Okay, here we go. Almost there. Right here. Okay. Okay, there she goes. What? Oh, I goofed. Hang on. I know how to fix this. This is going to be witch root. This is going to send to itself. I'm going to manually send it to itself and then put it back down here. And then press play. $50? Son of a bitch. All right, I just need to actually fix that. No comms suck during G cash outs? During cash outs? Yeah. Yup. My brain's starting to get pretty fried here. And I want to play the final so bad. Holy, okay. Get clusters. Hey, bitch, guess what? We're using you. There we go. There we go. And let's also crank this up to 35. Oh, okay. It's also getting warm in here. This fucking heater is cranked. Okay, you see me? Come on. Yeah, come get it. Come get it. We're gonna go a different way today. We're gonna go a different way. It's a little dense in here. I think that's okay. Where is she? Okay, she's way out there. Holy shit. But this will give us time for stamina to come back, and I don't have to go so far. Okay, baby is right there. Come get it. Okay. Where are you going? What? Now what? She still gets stuck on this. And the cluster centers is still empty. Did it really? What the hell is sweep axis? Maybe I'm misinterpreting what sweep axis is. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is. It's what I thought it was. I don't know why she isn't. Forward to local. Ignore triggers. Plus radius. Points. Dang, this is how this stuff goes. Wait, what stuff? No comms cash outs or trying to make a witch do funny things? Sangelp 007, bruv, when can we expect more tutorials in the Playmaker channel? So you talk about the official like Hutong Playmaker tutorials, right? There will be more official Playmaker tutorials. But surprise, surprise, they're going to be Playmaker 2 tutorials because Playmaker 2 is coming out soon. We already started making the new tutorials for Playmaker 2. But basically the tutorials on the official Playmaker channel are about as like complete and thorough as it gets as far as like getting people started, because everything after that is so advanced high level shit that you just literally have to open up the manual. Look at this bitch, she still just stops there. Yeah, because anything else that we start, if we made any more tutorials for Playmaker, as far as like, you know, what official documentation or official like learning resources should be, we would just be telling you how to make your own game. And that's just kind of not what the point of having official learning resources is. That's why I came in and made like courses where it's like, here's how you make a horror game, here's how you make a Metroidvania, because that is for people who want to, you know, have their hand held through the process, and you know that everybody has their own different styles of learning or whatever. But as far as like, here's what you absolutely need to know to set you on your way and solve any problem on your own, all that information is available for free in the Core Concepts playlist on the Hutong channel. So you are good to go. You're not really going to be like, if you get to the end of all that and you fully comprehend and you can reiterate back everything that those tutorials say, there's not a chance in hell that you wouldn't be able to understand how all the other things worked within Playmaker. It covers everything. And if you can't understand stuff after watching those, then that's just kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy, because then I don't think you really understand what's happening in those tutorials. So what I'm trying to get at here is that you could be rest assured that like the the completeness of the video tutorials on the Hutong YouTube channel is like, it's quite thorough. It's quite complete. Yeah, in fact, it's much more because we did two project-based courses on the Hutong channel. We did the zombie left one dead thing, and then we did the 2D asteroids game. I think we even did one more actually. I think there's like a puzzle, or not a puzzle, but like a what do you call it? There's another like small kind of mini game tutorial we made on there as well, and even a few kind of like classic character controller stuff and object interaction and stuff like. We do more. We did a few game designy tutorials, and that is superfluous in the sort of grand scheme of trying to teach somebody how to use a product. Learning how to use a tool doesn't really require those project-based things, but we did it anyway because we wanted to give people like more, you know. And so the last things on that list really are kind of like, if you just, there's information that doesn't exist in those videos for sure, but that information is something that you must, as like a functioning adult, be able to extrapolate after having learned from all the other things, you know. Because again, it does come down to like, well, after that, we're just going to hold your hand and treat you like a baby. And, you know, unless you have a learning disability, which is understandable, but again, it's not the responsibility of everybody to make all the materials for people with learning disabilities. Or if you're just stubborn and you don't want to think for yourself, you know, that's especially not our problem. But we do our best to not just teach you like we did with the core concepts, but to give you even more with the supplemental and the project-based stuff like we did, you know. And it's like, we gave people more than what they needed to kind of make anything they'll ever want. And you have to remember, the great irony behind all this is that like before all those tutorials existed, Playmaker had been out for 10 years and a bunch of people made games with Playmaker. In fact, you know, The Forest was made with Playmaker. What is it called? Hollow Knight was made with Playmaker. Firewatch was made with. So those people made games with Playmaker when there wasn't even that much learning resources, you know. So I think that says something. I hope that kind of answers, because somebody was talking about this kind of stuff recently in a few Discords and forums and stuff, and a lot of, I think, the discussion that comes around like wanting more learning resources and stuff has always kind of trickled through in the community over the last few years, especially since I stopped making as many tutorials, because we kind of just got to the end of it. And I still get to that point where I say like, oh, did you watch all of them? And then people say like, no, you know. And then I say like, do you understand this concept? And then somebody says no, and I'm like, well, we have a tutorial about that, and we explain every aspect of it. And it's like, so that's, whose fault's that? You know, whose fault is that? Is this Unity 3D? It is. Ugo Gatto. This is Unity 3D, and I'm using Playmaker to design things, as I was just talking about. Game dev, coding, etc., etc. You fix something and something else goes wrong. Oh yeah. Always, always, always. It is a house of cards. What's the difference between Playmaker 1 and 2? It's too much to explain right now, and a lot of the stuff I can't even really talk about yet. It's in closed beta, but very soon. And again, I personally don't know, because that's up to Alex, not me. But soon enough, it will be an open beta, and that's when all of your answers will start slowly kind of becoming public. And people can start kind of learning more about like what it actually does. There's a few things. I think Alex made some public posts like a year ago in the Unity forums where he showed off some screenshots and maybe some GIFs of what Playmaker 2 does, like some of the things. So if you Google that, you'll find it. I don't know where it is, but I remember somebody shared it, and yeah. So you could definitely do some very minimal Googling and find answers pretty quickly about at least some of the basic stuff. But there's a shit ton of things. There's a shit ton of really, really awesome new features in Playmaker 2. Because, yeah, I use it. Obviously, I have to make the tutorials for it. And, yeah, so far, I'm like, I can't wait to start making games with it. I guess I can now. But I want it to be out of beta before I really... you know, Alex is going to get a lot of good feedback once this open beta starts. And I'm like, okay, cool. I think that era is going to be huge for his productivity, and like not just bug patching, like inevitable bug patches. That's going to be good for sure. But I think what's even better than that is like usability feedback and quality of life things. That's going to be really great. And so I want to wait until all that kind of comes in. But in the meantime, I'm making little projects. I'm screwing around. I'm learning with it. I'm playing with it, and I'm kind of just doing little things to really kind of get into flow, because there is sort of a fundamental way of designing things that kind of changes with Playmaker 2. I'm shooting shots. Yeah. I have to. I'm the fucking tutorial guy, man. Like, if you're talking about shooting shots, when I talk shit about people who just like don't have enough tutorials, it's like I don't want to attack anybody, but I have to point out that it's just like, you know, it's like you give a mouse a cookie, man, and it's like, holy shit, dude. Or you give a moose a biscuit, whatever the fuck it is. It's like, give somebody an inch and they'll ask for a mile. And you know, sometimes it really does feel like people aren't asking for tutorials. What they're really asking for is if you will make their game for them. I heard that the entire UI has changed with Playmaker 2, which is so cool. Waiting for the official launch. Yeah, it has. Yes, I mean, it still more or less looks the same. If you, as a person who has used Playmaker 2 for an extended period of time, were thrown in, if you as a person who used Playmaker for an extended period of time were thrown into a project that had Playmaker 2, you would still be able to point to things on screen and be like, that's a state, that's a transition, that's an action, that's an event, that's an FSM, these are the value, that's a variables tab, that's a, you know, all those things still exist and they still basically look the same. You might get a little bit lost in the sauce when it comes to, I would say, actions and stuff, or nested FSMs, because we use run FSM right now. That doesn't really exist in Playmaker 2. Playmaker 2 just has substates and sub FSMs like within it, and you can look at multiple graphs and shit. And it's crazy. Otherwise, yeah, you'd feel right at home. Bro, ads keep starting the second you respond. Twitch turbo time. Okay, so let's see. Let me turn off my heater. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. Snatch baby, get clusters, debug draw, 10 seconds, 5 seconds. We don't need to do all that. Okay. Back. Play it. You. Come get him. What? Oh. Okay. Look at, those are all her raycasts. Look at that shit though. These are going through the environment. It's almost as if, I wonder, that doesn't make any sense. It looks like they're all just going through. That doesn't make any sense. They're not hitting anything. Because even these like trees, Yeah, it's going right through that shit. Let me see. I have the debug on, and it looks like my raycasts are going through colliders that they shouldn't be. The raycast would stop at a collision, right? As in, you would see a shorter length of it, right? Double checked the layer set, layer I set, and the layer on those things. They for sure match. It still isn't. Okay. Oops. Okay. So. Behaviors. Snatch baby, get clusters. Debug hit color. Green. Draw debug hit point. Yeah, sure. Debug hit point. Let's just do one full on. Let's make it big. Get big for me. And let's make sure that, yeah. Overrides. Revert all. Okay. Okay. All right. If I don't, oh, what time is it? If I don't get this in, like 10 minutes, I think I gotta just hang it up for today. Because I feel so fried and I want to play the final so bad and I don't want to go to sleep too late. Okay. Here, I'm gonna put you right in the middle of all these trees, so she has plenty of opportunities. Okay. Oh, wait. So she still gets locked there. Behaviors, boom, boom. Okay, so at least now we're visualizing her. You could see these clusters, right? You could see that of all the ray casts shooting out from here, here's a cluster, here's a cluster, here's a cluster, and here's a cluster. But it's still returning. Where are the hit points at? It said it would render hit points as well. Oh wait, no, green ones. Green ones. So these are the hit points. Ah, okay. I just feel so close. I feel so close to being able to figure this out. How long have I been streaming for? 4 hours. You know what? I just hit the 4 hour mark. I think I'm gonna hang it up. So to everybody hanging out, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for giving me a shot to see if I can make something cool happen, but I have failed you. It was actually looking good. It was looking pretty good earlier. I know this is so close. This is so close. You know, like it's 2/3 of the way there. But I'm just so tapped out right now, and I want to play video games really bad. So it's gonna have to happen tomorrow. But I made a lot of good progress today. There's a lot of cool stuff. The fact that the witch can go pick up the baby and everything now, and like I kind of found a good way to integrate that. Like I'm happy with a lot of other things that are happening here. And I think it's gonna come together tomorrow a lot. It's gonna really it's gonna come together nicely. So, Killer Potato, I'm gonna see you right now, dude. If you're down to keep playing, because I'm gonna hop on. Yeah, exactly. I'm hopping on. We're gonna play some fucking. We're gonna play all the things. We're gonna play all the modes. Yeah. And if you're watching a VOD, do a follow and subscribe and all that, whatever platform you're on, Twitch, YouTube, whatever it is. Ring a bell, send an email notification. Have your mommy remind you when I go live. Subscribe to the Discord. I also send out announcements in the announcement channel whenever I'm going live. Whatever it is, stay up to date because I'll be hopping on again tomorrow and I'll be doing more of this stuff. If you like to see game dev stuff happening, if you like to horse around, have a laugh, maybe learn something, roll through. I will see you all very, very soon.